Well, good morning, folks, for the final day of the SSL Grand Slam on the lake. Talking of the lake, we can fire up our beauty shot, and that tells the story. There is a bit of breeze filling in from the north, and you can see those dark patches slowly making their way to us. And we are all hoping for some breeze. The schedule today is for 3 races: the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and the final. And they're all duking it out for the prize pot of $100,000. We can fire up some results at the moment, the results board, and just see where the standings are. After 2 days of racing, we had to blow off day number 3. Unfortunately, no wind yesterday, so this is how it looks going into today. Mendelblatt and Farty get a pass through the quarterfinals into the semis. So the following 10 will be duking it out in the quarterfinals later today. Grail and Dimeda, Diaz and Boltins, Gatspich, Revkin, Zabo and Ducomont, Staniek and Klein, the reigning world champs, Rohard and Lilia, Bernaz Pascal, Kuznirovic and Jitsky from Poland, Polgar and Koy, with George Zarif and Bruno Prada scraping in there in 11th. And what a shame for Dr. Hubert Merkelbach and Gerrit Bartel. Tied on points, 11th and 12th, but with the countback of the 4th result for Zarif and Prada, that just takes them into the quarters. Now, we caught up with Sharon Burke, the principal race officer, yesterday, and Jenny Tulloch asked Sharon what the story is, how the competition works with a whole day blown out, and this is what Sharon had to say.
Well, today the wind just wasn't, it didn't exist, and the few zephyrs that we had, they were from the west, which isn't a good direction to run a sailboat race for a championship regatta. The race committee signaled a postponement on land from 8:30 in the morning, and we waited until about 4 o'clock this afternoon to abandon the rest of the regatta. And then tomorrow will be 3 different regattas. We'll run the quarterfinals, will be the top 11 boats, and then the top 7 out of that will go to the semifinals, and the top 4 out of that go to the finals. And that's where all the big money goes into. Tomorrow the wind conditions are supposed to be a lot better than they are today, but we do have a reserve day on Saturday in case we need it.
On Sunday. Well, exciting.
Oh, on Sunday.
Oh, we look forward to it. Thanks, Sharon.
So that's the news from Sharon Burke, and here we have Kathleen Tock in the studio with us. Kathleen, what's the news from outside?
Well, it was pretty grim when we arrived today, but the wind is just starting to fill from the north, and it seems that they've dropped the postponement flag down. So the sailors are starting to get ready. They were a little anxious to get out there, and some of the crews are a little bit cold after hopping into the lake today and washing the bottom of the boats. It looks like their work is going to pay off because they're just starting to get organized, and the boats are already in the water, but it's just a matter of getting their clothes on and waiting for the breeze to fill just a little bit more.
Well, interesting from that shot, Andy, the live beauty shot from our commentary studio. You can see the ripples just kind of filling in on the lake from the north side, from the left of screen to the right of screen, north to south. It's coming through. It's a cool breeze, it's a cool air, but it may well be fighting the warmer thermal breeze from the south. I don't know, but it does look to be filling in. Now, unfortunately, Dr. Hubert Merkelbach and Gerrit Bartel just missed that cut. We're hoping that they'll come in a little bit later and commentate with us for the semi-finals. But Jenny Tulloch caught up with the good Dr. Hubert Merkelbach to get his thoughts on just missing the cut.
Hubert, tough day today. You were tied for that 11th place, but you didn't quite make it through with no racing. How are you guys feeling about it?
Well, we are a little pity, sorry about that, because we thought we could make a race today and trying to get maybe 1 or 2 other guys. We were close. It was just 1 point or 0 points, and well, now there was no race, and it is like it is. So we have to handle with this.
It's sailing though, but you said coming into this regatta, what would you have been happy with?
Yeah, 12th place is a great place. When I arrived or when I saw the list, I thought place 30 would be something in between the top 30 places would be great. Now we are 12th, that's very, very good. But being 12th equal point with 11th finisher, that's very close.
Well, and what about the overall rankings and the overall score points? Do you think that this 12th place will actually boost you up the rankings and maybe even get you to Nassau?
Yeah, I'm wondering about that. I will be very scared about, and we will see the next days when we have the SSL ranking overall.
All perfect. Well, I hope you can get there, and either way, we'll see you tomorrow and you'll get a bit of the prize pot.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, Dr. Hubert Merkel back there, Kathleen, looking fairly positive, I have to say, having just missed that cut. But what a lovely gentleman. And I asked Hubert if he'd come into our commentary studio later today and do some commentary for the semi-finals. And he looked delighted to be asked. So we'll hear from the good doctor a little bit later. And it's looking pretty good out there on the water. The breeze is filling in. The postponement flag is down. Kathleen, fingers crossed for racing.
Yeah, I know that Michelle's really excited to get these races off today, and I think the sailors are well. There's actually a lay day, well, not a lay day, a day tomorrow, that is what's called a reserve day, that if they weren't able to get races off today, they would do the races tomorrow. But every time you delay a race, even on the water or by the day, it builds a little more tension. Some people lose focus, and so just every time you have to wait to get a race off, it brings the excitement level down for some, and also makes others a little bit more nervous. So if we were to delay this another day, it drags it on. So it's really great that we're seeing this breeze fill. It's a dream for regatta organizers, because that's just one of the things they can't control is the weather. It's similar to the sport of skiing, where if it hasn't snowed, they can't run a race. But there's so few sports that are so weather dependent. And unfortunately, with skiing, at least you can make snow. Here, we can't make wind.
Nicely put, Kathleen. Well, that is our sport. That is sailing, and it teaches us a little bit of humility.
For sure. But the guys did look pretty relaxed this morning. The nice thing about the Star Sailors League is that they're all friends. Some of them have been sailing together since they were teenagers. And so even while they're waiting, they're talking, they're joking around with one another. And fortunately, the breeze hasn't changed that much that they're not worried about changing sails. But as I said, they were worried about their boats sitting in the water all week long and building up a little bit of that, lake scum on the bottom. So it's always the crews, as Tyler and I were talking about earlier this week, having to jump into the Swiss lake water here in the mountains and clean the bottoms of the boats. So they're really hoping they get to go sailing.
Okay, well, that's the news from Grand Saint in Switzerland. I think what we'll do is replay some racing from day 2, and we'll put a live shot in the corner. You can tweet away and ask us some information, and we'll try and keep you up to date on this live panel. If you've just tuned in, you can see the picture is telling the story of how the wind is developed, but the postponement flag has come down on shore, and the sailors are getting ready to race. And we can see right in front of our eyes the patches of breeze beginning to fill in from the north. So we'll carry on showing this live shot at the bottom of our screen. But for now, just stand by. We'll replay some races from day 2, where we had 4 fabulous races. Andy. Hello, everybody, from the Grand Slam final on Lake Neuchâtel. I'm here with Kathleen Tock and Tyler Bjorn. We're going into the SSL Grand Slam on the Lake, day 2, race number 5. We had 4 crunchy races yesterday. The boats are heading out to the course, and we're about to have a start in about 7 minutes' time. And guys, what are you looking for today?
Well, I think today's going to be an awesome day. I was just walking up the upside of the water. That we have about 14 knots of breeze. We weren't expecting that. I think it was like scheduled for like 1 knot. So I think the boys are excited, and we're looking for a great day of sailing.
Yeah, and after 4 races yesterday, there's some tired-looking sailors out there. They had the opening ceremonies the first night before the first day, so that was a long evening, and then 4 races on the water, about 8 hours total. There's tired bodies out there. I think they're a little surprised at seeing the wind up this morning.
Well, it's good news that we do have breeze, and there are 3 races scheduled today. But let's get a little recap from Jenny Tulloch of how the action panned out yesterday with those 4 races.
The Star Sailors League Lake Grand Slam had a grand start with a prestigious opening ceremony at the Olympic Museum and the ribbon cutting of a sailing exhibition of memorabilia donated from the competitors. Racing got off to a bang on day 1 in Grand Sault, Switzerland, with the north breeze wind filling nicely. Sailing legend Torben Grail with crew Guillermo de Almeida were best out of the gates, leading from start to finish in the first of 4 races.
The starting is quite important on a fleet like this, and the course is not very long. So a good start puts you in a better position for the fleet. So we did a good start, and we got the side we wanted, and so that was a good start for the championship.
Behind the Brazilians were the Polish, then the Americans Mendelblatt and Fatih, current league leaders who came back from a bad first leg. Race 2, the fleet was still antsy with another general recall and Grail over early.
If we were a bad flag, it was on the actual last start, and we had the alignment from the shore, and it felt that we were inside, so there was no sign anywhere, so we didn't know we were over.
There was then a stellar first-up win from a man brand new to the star class, Pavlos Kandidis, silver medalist in 2012 in the laser, and the only Olympic medalist from Cyprus.
Yeah, I was leading, and on the downwind, I decided to jive a bit earlier. Then in the middle of the downwind, I was without pressure, and then I lost much more places.
It seemed to be the race of the current Olympians, with Jean-Baptiste Bernot from the laser sailing with his coach Pascal, passing Pavlos for second. But star experience ruled in the end, with reigning world champions Staniak and Klein to take the win, with Xavier Rohart stealing third. Race 3 was no longer a battle for the left, with the breeze dying in the middle of the lake. Croatians Missouri and Barrick read it perfectly to round at the front, just ahead of Diaz and Baltans. It was a light air game now, and the Americans came to the fore, with Augie Diaz and Arnie Baltans legging out just ahead of George Szabo, with local crew sailor Duchamel. The Croatians finished third.
We had an extremely good day, very, very fortunate. We were fast too, which always helps, but we had 4 good starts and got clear of the line, which that separation always helps you, stay in the top, 10 or so, and that's what happened to us today.
The race committee pushed for a 4th race today while the breeze held, and the Swiss boats crowded the boat end of the line. Donisbo led, with Grail on the hunt, chasing them down in the final downwind for their second bullet of the day. Szabo rounded out the podium again, just in front of Diaz and Baltans. Final standings for the day have Diaz and Baltans just 1 point ahead of second place Szabo and Duchamel, then 1 point to third place Staniak and Klein, and 1 more to Grail and de Almeida. With so many Olympic medalists on the racecourse and such tricky racing on Lake Neuchâtel, we're looking forward to an even more spectacular day tomorrow before the quarterfinalists are decided on Friday for the Star Sailors League Lake Grand Slam.
Well, we're under 2 minutes to the start of race number 5, and here is our virtual eye view of Lake Neuchâtel. As we fly down to the race course, you can see it's a long lake. We're in the bottom corner with Grandson on the left-hand side. The wind coming down northerly. It's a pretty chilly breeze, but it's clear day, clear sky, and this is how it's panning out with 1 minute 20 seconds to go to the start. And you can see the start line, the committee boat, the pin end, and Sharon Burke out there hoping to get everybody off to a clean start. We had quite a few general recalls yesterday. On the water, with a minute to go, Loué Habib. Loué, our eyes and ears on the water with our fabulous America's Cup camera operated by old Shano. And what can you tell us, Loué?
Well, I'll tell you what, Diggers, I reckon that God is a Swiss man, because as the stars were coming out today, we could just see the breeze coming down. We went past Sharon on the committee boat. She was beaming like a Cheshire cat as 15 knots came down just slightly more to the east today, so that should open up the race course. We've got at least 15 knots out here, gusting 18, and I think we might see some of the more muscular crews come into play in the early part of this race. As Kathleen was pointing out, some tired bodies out there, and I think some of the big units here, there goes the gun. The big units here, I think, could be ruling race 5 of the Star Sailors League Grand Slam. And I can see definitely a French boat zooping out. I do not think it's Rohart, but I'm going to hand you back to Virtual Eye. We've seen one boat spin out at the committee boat end, but there's a lot of boats up here at the committee boat end. I think we've got a very square race course, Digby.
Well, you're right, Loué. It's right across the start line, and there we can see Rohart getting off to an absolutely fantastic start using Virtual Eye. Mathematically, he is in the lead right now. Superb work by the French medalist there, bronze medalist and former star world champ. And just for viewers to know, the white boat at the bottom is our TV boat, so that we know where Loué and Shane are. And here's Zabo and Ducomont heading right, obviously getting into a little bit of traffic there, Tyler.
Yeah, no, he got a little stuffed on the boat end, but that was a fantastic start by Rohart, and not too bad by the American Mendelblatt right behind, and just to leeward was the Polish Mateus. So it's a good start for sure.
And this is probably the first time that we've actually seen Torben Grael more towards the middle of the fleet. We've got the Brazilians towards the other end of the starting line today, much more packed line on the committee boat end. So definitely the sailors have a different strategy this morning. The breeze is up, so a slightly different game plan than yesterday.
And now you can see the current world champs, Staniek and Klein, having to duck a few bows there at the bottom of our screen. So Robert Staniek and Fritjof Klein also in traffic, and now they're finding a little bit of clear air heading to the right-hand side of the course.
Yeah, no, looks good. I think it's actually going to be a little bit different today. Like I said, it's a little more to the right today, the breeze. So it's going to open up the course for sure. You get to use a little bit more of the lake and maybe not so much take advantage of the sides.
And yesterday we saw Torben Grael start at the pin end. And at the pin end, if you get a good start, you have clean air up the whole side of the course. But today we've also seen George Zabo start at the boat end and tack off and go right to have a clear lane. And when you have such a big fleet on such a small course, that's just key to get that clear air to have maximum speed going upwind and also have options about where you want to go. So that's, I think, in the game plan of both Staniek and also George Zabo from the U.S.
Exactly, and it's going to be interesting to see how the physicality will take place today. Like we said, there was 4 races yesterday, so there's going to be some tired bodies, but we have more wind today than we did yesterday at the start of the day, so we'll see who comes out on top.
Race committee telling us that the line was all clear, so a very dignified start to race number 5. We had several general recalls, and then Sharon had to lay down the black flag rule, but under the P flag today, they were all good and well disciplined. So I think we're in for a really 3 or 4 races a day, up to 9 races with that one discard, as you just explained. And then the top 11 go through on day 4, which is Saturday, and they duke it out for the quarterfinals, where 10 boats compete, and then the winner of the top of the leaderboard of the first 3 days gets a bye to the semi-finals, where 7 boats compete, and then on a brutal cut-off, the top 4 race for the biggest share of the $100,000 prize pot, and that's the Saturday is going to be fairly crunchy, and tomorrow towards the end of the day is going to get fairly crunchy, because we'll be looking for those who get into that top 11. And really, in truth, all they need to do is get into that cut, to make that cut. And as you say, Kathleen, with any kind of fleet racing, it's all about consistency.
Yeah, and it's funny, I was joking with some of the sailors this morning that they definitely want to be leading going into those final races, because they'll actually, if you're number 1, you get to sit out until the semifinals. So you get a little bit of break, whereas everybody else has to race all the way through.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, look, the Netherlands seems to be doing very well on the left-hand side right now. That's looking pretty good. The fleet's still pretty tight.
That's Thomas Allard and Ben Kloos. They've been busy on the circuit this year, sailing together for about 5 years. They've actually come from big boats into the star class, looking for an international class with a high level to get out of the Netherlands and start doing some international sailing, and they're doing it very well here in Grand Slam.
Well, that's a great, and it is a great class to get involved with. It's such a great group of sailors, high level, and with an event like this, bringing in all these top sailors from all the different classes, it's a heck of a challenge, and it's a lot of fun.
Well, Kuzniewicz and Zitsky from Poland doing a super job right in the middle of the race. Yesterday we saw the early leaders really emerging on the left-hand side, but there's a strong breeze out there, and Lue out on the water. Virtual Eye is telling us that right in the middle of the pack there, Kuzniewicz and Zitsky from Poland are top of the leaderboard, with Rohart and Lilia second, Zarif and Prada third, Diaz and Boltins fourth, Staniek and Klein fifth. So it's looking like the middle of the lake is working. Over to you, Lue.
Yes, Digby, I can concur that we've got a very wide spread across the racecourse, which would tend to suggest that we've got a very square line here, or very square racecourse. But just going back to Allard and Kloos, we're just watching them creep along there, along the shoreline at underneath the Jura Mountains, and they're definitely getting ahead. Not only the in clear air, but they're also getting a lift off the land there. So they're about to run out of runway, they're about to hit the ley line and come back across. And I think until we see that group of boats that's over on the Grand Son side tack over, are we going to have any idea how they're doing on the boats in the middle? They'll be coming back in on port, so they'll be having to duck if it's close, but we're about, I don't know, not even halfway up this race course yet. There's about, I don't know, it's about a 2 kilometre race course. Interestingly, there's a couple of fishing pots just appeared in the middle of the course that weren't there yesterday. We've got some blue cans, and let's hope nobody gets tangled up with them. But we're getting up to the top of the course here, and the breeze does look a little bit lighter. That's right across the course, not just in the middle. So I think that there's still a lot to play for on this, and until we see those boats over on the Grand Son side tack over, I don't think we're going to get a clear picture of whether the centre of the track's paying. I can tell you there's a few boats over on the other side of the lake, on the eastern side of the lake, and they don't look too good at all. That looks a bit like Coffin Corner down there for those. But we can see the gauge now between those boats in the centre and the boats over the Grand Son side starting to close, and some of those boats on the Grand Son side have now tacked onto port, and with my eyeball I'd say there's nothing in it, but obviously Virtual Eye, you've got it down to metres, but I wouldn't like to bet whether Allard and Kloos or the Gold Star pack in the middle there are winning this one at the moment, Digby.
Well, Lue, it is the pack in the middle, led by Kuznedovic and Zhitsky with Rohard and Lilia just taking that front lead. So it is a little pack in the middle, but it's not far off. As you say, the guys creeping left up the coastline, up the lakeside shore, doing pretty well here. But Kuznedovic and Zhitsky are having a real humdung battle with Rohard and Lilia, with Zarif and Prada in the mix there. Staniek and Clean, the reigning world champs in the Star, also doing extremely well in the middle. So interesting race. They're attacking, they're battling away, and I was talking to Xavier Rohart last night, and he was telling me that really, you know, it's all on here. They are really fired up, these sailors. There's no sag in the line. There's no. There are no passengers on this one, and they're sailing very hard and fast and, you know, aggressively. They want to win this. There are a lot of points here, and there's a lot of glory at stake. There's prize money on the table, and of course the top 12 ranked Star sailors will go through to the final Grand Slam on the sea in Nassau in the Bahamas in December. And that is a glorious regatta. And so everybody wants a bit of a December piece of sunshine in the stars in this heavenly regatta in Nassau. And so they are fired up to get there.
You know, we're usually talking about the top 10, the top 20, but in the Star class, even in the middle of the fleet, we've got some exceptional sailors. We've got national champion, regional champions, and so those guys are out here. They're super excited to be sailing with Olympic medalists, world champions from multiple classes, not just the Star class. So even in the middle of the fleet and even towards the back, you've got some great battles going on. So the level is high all the way through, and especially with prize money at stake and just wanting to get into a top 10 for even one race for some of these guys at the back of the fleet. They're all pushing hard.
Well, our regatta leader, our race leader right now, Mateusz Kuznedovic, is from Warsaw in Poland, and he's a two-time medalist in the Finn. So he was gold in Atlanta in '96 and bronze in Athens in 2004, 3 world championship titles. He's sailing with Dominik Zicki, and he shares that Star world title with Matt, and they were 8th at the Olympic Games in 2012. So really class act, but medalists in the Finn. And we have Pavlos Kontidis, that silver medalist in the laser, who did a stellar day yesterday, and we were astonished because this is the first time he's ever raced in a Star. He just turned up, and as Louis was telling us in the park, Bruno Prada was telling Pavlos, okay, here's the rope that does this, and here's a bit of string that does that, and boom, off they went. Stellar results.
But I mean, this is what's great about this group of sailors is we're all friends on the shore, and we're going to help each other, and especially the new guys that come in, and the quality that this kid is. We're going to help him out and get him on the race course and make sure he knows all the little bits that are going to make him a little bit faster. I mean, there is a learning curve, and we saw that a little bit as he sort of dropped back a little bit in that race. But I think with a guy like Struby on board, he's going to be a bit of a challenge today.
Yes, sorry, I said Bruno Prada, I meant Mark Struby. It's George Zarif, another Finn sailor who's sailing with Bruno Prada, the 2 Brazilian. Bruno Prada, one of the most experienced Star crews here, taking the youngster from Brazil. He's a young Finn sailor, a real prospect for a gold medal in Rio in 2016. So he's a real talent, and those Zarif made the final of the Star Sailors League final in December in Nassau at the final 4, which was astonishing, really, as the guy had never really sailed a Star before. So he just turned up and nailed it, and he blew us away with his talent.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was interesting how when he goes against his childhood hero, Robert Scheidt, having that type of challenge, beating him has probably got to give him some great confidence when he goes back into the Finn and hits back onto the world circuit.
And also George Zarif, prior to Nassau, did actually do some sailing down in Rio de Janeiro, and we've got a whole mafia of fantastic sailors down there. You've got Lars Grell, Torben Grell, Dino Pascalacqua, incredible talent down there that he can race against in his own country on a regular basis. And then having them help him get the boats tuned, make sure he has a good boat, and learn the technical aspect of the Star. The Finn is also a technical boat, but each boat has its own characteristics. And so George Zarif, even at 23 years old, has had some help to get into this class, and that's indicative of the Star class in general, the experienced older rock stars helping out the younger guys to get through and get up to level.
Well, there we are looking at Kuznedovic and Zhitsky heading up towards that top mark. Bow number 3 there, the stellar poles. They're very calm, they're very quiet, and they turned up here not with huge expectations, but they're doing extremely well in race number 5. Very cool guys, these. I like them a great deal.
Well, Mateus has always been a fantastic competitor, and he's kind of stealth because they say there's no real expectations. We're here to have fun, but I mean, you look how hard, just in the camera there. Look how hard he's working. He's hiking pretty hard. He knows he wants a little piece of that action on the weekend. Without a doubt, he's pushing himself.
You know, and you just said he's hiking really hard. And for some viewers who've spent most of their time on keel boats and not necessarily on smaller one design boats, hiking is they're going upwind for almost I think it's 1.8 nautical miles, but they're essentially doing wall sits and sit-ups for 15 minutes in a row. Those are their quadriceps are working, their abdominal muscles. So they look like they're just sitting on the boat, but they're working all the time. It's very physical.
And it's
Quadriceps, Kathleen. What are they? I'm not sure I've got any of those. But Louis Habib out on the water. We're approaching the top mark. Virtual Eye is giving us a real humdinging battle between Kuznerovic and Jitsky, and then Staniek and Klein. We're not sure who's going to hit that top mark first. Probably the Poles, but the Germans are in the mix, as are Rohard and Lillier. Louis.
Yes, we are at the top mark, and we're looking down the track. You should be looking down the barrel with Shane's Cineflex camera. And interestingly, some of the boats that went right on the Grandson side, they definitely tacked ahead of the boats in the middle. So we're expecting a proper bun fight at the top mark. I'm not surprised at all to see Kuznerovic and Jutski up there. They haven't done a lot of work in the Star recently, and yesterday they were shall we say, feeling themselves back into the boat, but those guys are back on the bike, and they're two very strong guys, and these conditions are going to suit them, as with Staniek and Klein. Immense power between those four athletes. So we can see them coming up to this first top mark. The lake up here, it is a lot flatter. There aren't as much waves as there were in the middle and to the bottom. And we've got a local expert here in Giles Pierman who tells me that at the bottom, the south end of the lake, it's a lot shallower, and that tends to give a bit more of a lake state to slightly change the term. So up here it's probably about 50 metres deep, but we don't have the waves, so it's pretty flat here at the top mark. And now we can see the convergence of the boats coming in on starboard to those leading boats coming in on port, and this is where places can be won and lost. And it's very easy to take your eye off the prize and not be hiking out or just lose a couple of inches on that tiller and lose a place or six. So it's a very complicated situation here, Digby, with those boats that are in the middle joining the boats coming in for the Grandson side, but the clear leader at the moment, and they are fully arced out. The two Poles, Kuznerovic and Jutski, are going to make this top mark first. There's several boats coming in from the middle which are going to join them. I'm pretty sure one of them is Torben Grail and De Almeida, who's just been taken out on port. They've been taken away from the mark by a boat. But yes, it is the Poles, Kuznerovic and Jutski around the top mark. There's the bear away. And just behind them, I can see Staniek and Klein. There's less than a boat length between those two. Staniek and Klein are after the Poles, and it's going to be an interesting battle when these guys go downwind. In third place, we've got the Croatians. A fantastic effort by them. I'm not sure exactly where they started on that. And then we have Rohart and Ducamont in fourth place. So, we've got a proper bun fight going on here. That's Zarif and Prad, I'm pretty sure. They're in the mix as well. And also Reynolds and Heidel. It's very orderly here at the top mark. There's Torben Grail and De Almeida. They're in another good position today. But I'm going to hand you back for some stats in the studio. But it's pretty orderly up here with a lot of boats coming in on starboard now from the other side. But what a bun fight at the top mark. It's just wall-to-wall star sails here, Digby.
Well, just seeing Augie Diaz go around that top mark in that pack, and we've been watching Shane's live shot, and we've just flicked to virtual, and it's it's wall-to-wall sails. Welcome, folks, to the final day of the Star Sailors League battle. We are now live. Hello, everybody. We have Mark Reynolds and Hal Haenel here, double gold medalist. Am I right in saying, Mark?
Yeah, you got that.
Very good. And commiserations, because you're not you're not on the water, but it's a bonus for us to have you in our little studio. Now we're under 4 minutes to the race start of the quarterfinals, and we can go out and see the live shot on the water. Louay Habib is our commentator on our TV boat. Louay, over to you. How far are we to this race start?
Yeah, Digby, the Blue Peter is down. We're inside 1 minute to this start. We've got a pretty decent breeze out here, Digby. I'd probably put it at about 6-7 knots from the north, looking really stable. And just looking down the line here, Staniek and Clean are the closest to the committee boat. And reaching in, we are literally about, you can see they're just about to give the hooter. Staniek and Clean coming in with pace. He just put the bow down a little bit there. But I like the look of Staniek and Clean. I can also see a French boat just inside. I'll check. Yeah, that's Rohart and Lilia getting a great start there. But pretty even across, or at least 5 of them. We've got one boat right back there, did not make the start, USA. Not sure which one that is.
George Szabo.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. With Szabo and Ducomont. They are DFL at the moment. Just to run you through, we've got 10 boats out here, and the top 6 make the cut. So you've got to get inside the top 6. It's not about winning. It's about making that top 6. But
and just to explain to viewers at home, Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Farty, they won the round robin, so they get a pass into the semi-finals. So they're out there just seeing what's going on. They're not competing in this race. But Mark Reynolds here in the studio, that was an extraordinary start. It looked like Szabo was pushing Torben Grail out and holding him up.
Yeah, it was a little hard to tell from our angle from the windward end looking down, but obviously Grail and Szabo had a problem down there together and didn't get off the line cleanly.
Okay, the format is 4 legs of the race, 4 laps, and we'll cut to virtual. Andy, thank you. And our TV cat is just repositioning and moving up the track and getting into a little trouble there, avoiding traffic. But here, our virtual eye is giving us Bernaz and Rambo with Staniek and Clean, and they're heading out to the left-hand side of the track. Mark and Hal, you've been racing here over the last 3 days. Tell us what's going on the water. Very tricky on this lake.
Yeah, I guess we're not the ones to ask. We didn't figure it out too well this week, but today could be a little bit different anyway. I like the start was very even with all the boats on the line. Nobody was over, and there wasn't, except for obviously the problem with Szabo and Grail down at the pin. Everybody was very even. We had a very conservative start by Staniek, which I think worked out well for him up at the weather end. The pin must have been favored. I would say the port end of the line was better, and that's why there was a little more crowd down there. But you just have to advance. So Staniek, I think, was smart, having just a conservative good start. Augie Diaz seemed to be going very well off the line. I like that, his positioning. Not right at the pin, but midline and going fast.
It looks like it's pretty light. The crews are still up on deck, and as you see them, slide outward, you'll see the velocity change. But right now they're all sitting in, so it's probably 6 knots. Pretty flat water.
Okay, well, there is the live shot from our America's Cup cam, and Shane is operating that with Louay Habib on the water. Louay, I saw you were just avoiding a bit of traffic there.
Yes, in fact, it's a boat that isn't racing. It's Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fatih, and they're out here having a look at the breeze. So they're going up the track, but they are not racing, obviously, as you've just pointed out. They've got a bye for this round. So just looking at the 10 boats that are racing, the really interesting one here is Torben Grail and De Almeida, and they have gone over to the right-hand side. And going with them, I can see Staniek and Clean and also I think that's Gaspich and Revkin over here on the right-hand side. Torben Grail looks bowed down, so he's taking a bit of a header at the moment, I would say. Obviously that will turn into a lift when he goes back. So Torben Grail and De Almeida, they've seen something over here they like on the right, and their boat speed looks very good, and they are now getting a lift on the same tack. So I think Grail and Almeida have spotted something over on the right. It looks like a lift, and looking pretty glam. The interesting thing, we've now got a split. We've got 3 boats in the middle or to the right of the course, with the rest of the fleet over on the left of the course. And I'm quite surprised at that. I thought we'd see the boats staying together, not getting that separation, but that's the case. And at the moment, Grail is way out on the right, and he looks like he's getting lifted. Looking up the track, it's quite difficult to tell what the pressure's like on the Gronson side. But I think Grail's got himself in pressure here on the right. But I'm sure Virtual Eye will have it exactly in the meters, Digby.
Thanks, Louis. Well, in meters, we're talking 38 meters. Torben Grail behind Rohart and Lillier, who are leading the pack right now. Mark and Hal here in our commentary studio, your first time you've really had a good look using Virtual Eye and our America's Cup cam. What are you seeing? What are you noticing here when we look at these live shots?
Well, I was just kind of commenting to Hal about the setup of Torben. You know, we can see some of the more technical things, is the height of the jib off the deck, where his crew's sitting. Anybody that's a star sailor can learn a lot just from watching the video here.
Hal, what are you noticing? We're kind of zooming into Torben and Guillaume's boat here, and we're almost on board with Shane's fantastic lens. What are you noticing about their crew work, their technique, and their boat setup?
Well, you can see his crew's way forward. They're getting the weight forward because it's light. He's up on the bull ring, and he'll slide back as it gets heavier, but he's just trying to keep it flat. The jib is a little high up on the headstay, and but he's got the wrinkles in the main, so it's really full, and he's trying for as much power. The Virtual Eye was showing Torben not in front, even though he's off in pressure off to the side. So it'll be interesting to see when he tacks and comes back across.
Well, Torben just hiking out there. Here we go for a beautiful roll tack. You can talk us through that, Hal?
Well, it's just you have to do it in concert together, and they did it perfectly. A nice smooth roll tack. The crew stayed down low to keep the heel on as the sails fill on the opposite tack.
And a lovely view of that chine, that hard line along the waterline length. What does that mean to the boat and the dynamics there, Mark?
Well, in the light area, you want to keep that out of the water. Basically, as it gets breezier, you get a little further down, but it's always just kissing the water or slightly above it. But since he had come out of his tack, he kept it heeled over a little bit longer to keep the boat moving, and slowly, as it accelerates, the crew comes up to windward and the boat slowly flattens down.
Well, Virtual Eye can give us a view of what is actually happening on the racetrack at the moment. Bernaz and Rambo are leading the charge in the middle of the lake, and we've got quite a split. Staniek and Clean and Grail and Almeida working the right hand side of the track, and then all the way over on the left hand pack there's a few more boats, Diaz and Baltims, Zarif and Prada, but at the moment Bernaz and Rambo, Gaspich, Revkin doing a very nice job in the middle, and I guess they're covering their options there, Mark.
Yeah, like I said before, you want to be conservative in this race to a certain extent. You want to make sure you advance, and working up the middle gives you some options. Off on one side, if it doesn't work for you, you're going to be in the last few boats. I'm a little surprised to see Staniek so far to the right. From where we are, obviously we can't see what they see on the water. Maybe they see something, and they'll come out well at the weather mark. We'll find out.
Well, it's a very short course today. Sharon Burke, the principal race officer, has set a course of 0.84 nautical miles, which is about 1,570 meters. Thank you, Kathleen. Good info. And I guess there's a much less breeze out there on the track, but they want to get these 3 races through. And so, Michel Nicklaus was jumping up and down saying, oh, this breeze is not going to last. And so he was the most stressed man out there in the park at the moment. But I'm sure he's going to be very happy to see the quarterfinals underway and these guys sliding up the track on a shorter course. Just so to remind viewers, if you've just tuned in, we're on the final day of the SSL Grand Slam on the lake, the first Grand Slam on the lake, and here we have 10 boats battling away in the quarterfinals, and only 6 of these boats will go through, and then for the semi-finals they will join Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Farty, and then 4 boats will go through to the finals. So it's quite a brutal format. It's interesting though, and it adds dynamic energy to the competition. You can chat away to us, can ask us some questions on Twitter at Sailors League and hashtag SSL Finals. So chitter away, ask us questions. You've got 2 gold medalists here sitting with us in the studio, and super expert commentary, and we will endeavour to answer your questions. So back to Virtual Eye, we can see that Bernaz and Rambo off to a super start. Gaspich and Revkin doing a super job there in second, with Diaz and Boltins over on the left hand side. And as we approach the cone at the top of the track, this is where the business end of leg number 1 is about to happen. 400 meters to go, and fairly soon they'll pass around that top mark and we'll know for sure who has played this first beat best. Staniek and Clean, the reigning world champs, on the right hand side, beginning to pay off for them, Mark.
Yeah, usually when the group of boats are on one side, that's telling you something, that side is thought to be a little bit better, but it doesn't always work out. So, these guys now on the left are at the ley line, so they're going to be tacking to port and coming in here soon, and we'll find out how it works out.
Yeah, you can see Augie Diaz, I think, has he already tacked coming across? And we'll see if there's pressure to bring them across. But the conservative thing was the couple in the middle to just get around in the middle of the pack, because there will be eliminations at the end of this race.
Well, really the name of the game is to make that top 6 in this race, and that's all that matters. It's not really about accumulating points in this SSL Grand Slam format. And there go Ivan Gaspich and Josh Revkin tacking away now with the French pair, and these are the 2 leaders of the quarterfinals of the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on the lake in our first leg, and they are neck and neck heading up inside that cone towards the top mark. Diaz and Boltins just behind them. So Bernaz and Rambo leading the charge, with Gaspich and Revkin neck and neck. Staniek and Clean meanwhile coming in from the right hand side as they look up the track.
And they're doing well. They are gaining on the left. On the right. Both Grail and Staniek have moved up the ladder there.
Well, Torben Grail and Guillaume Diomeda had a shocking start, I would have to say. It was they were way off the pace and behind the line, and getting pushed out a little bit by George Szabo and Patrick Ducomont. And Szabo now in trouble, actually, as are Polgar and Coy. And Mendelblatt and Farty, just to let you know, on that leaderboard, they're not competing. They are waiting to jump in for the semi-finals. So we still have them on the tracker, but it's the top 10 we are looking at here.
Yeah, look at this. Staniek, he may even, I think he's got the starboard advantage now on these guys coming in on port. He's gaining on them. He's moved to the top.
Nicely done by the reigning world champions, Robert Staniek and Fritjof Clean. And kaboom, there we can probably chop back to our live shot, Andy, and just see them sliding ahead, and a beautiful tack right on their nose. So they're going to be pouring their dirty air back to the Croatians and French, and they're looking good for that top mark. Louis, out on the water, our eyes and ears, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I think, just rewinding back, seeing those boats out on the Gronson side that tacked early. One of them was Diaz and Boltins. What we saw yesterday, the day before, when the breeze was down, is there was a massive lift over on that Gronson side. We had a lot of boats ending up reaching into the mark, and I'm guessing that they went assuming that lift was going to take them back on to make this mark. So it'll be interesting to see if Diaz and Bultins can actually make this mark on the one tack. Just having a look through though, Staniek and Clean are taking a really wide berth here, and I think that's probably pretty conservative. They know that at the moment they're in the top 6, but they've taken a really wide berth and they're looking to get a very good angle to come round this mark. They're on starboard, so these boats coming in on port would have to give them way should they not make it, and I think that's what he's done. He's gone conservative, got onto starboard, and he knows that the boats coming in are going to have to give way to him. So he'll have good pace going round this top mark. And having said that, Gaspich and Revkin have just tacked to windward of them. But no deal there. So around the top mark, as you can see, we have Staniek and Clean, Gaspich and Revkin, and then Bernaz and Rambo, who the Bernaz is a laser sailor, and he's sailing with a class act though in crew. Two-time world champion and bronze Olympic medalist with Rohart back in 2004. So those three clear away. Then we've got Augie Diaz and Arnie Bultins leading the charge behind in 4th. Then Grail and Dale Media in 5th. Now we're talking. Oh, now we've got some whistles going on. I'll try and find out what that's all about. Somebody's just copped a penalty. So a green flag go up. Guys, so you know the colour of it, and there we go. That's Rohart and Lilia in that hot berth. So that's where the battle is back here. Rohart, Lilia, along with Zabo and Ducomont. That's the hot battle. The guys in trouble are Kuzniewicz and Jutski. And also
George
Zarif, and
Bruno Prada just going around now.
And then really bringing up the rear would be the last of that bunch. I can't see the sail number at the moment, guys, but that's where the battle is. It's in that battle for the sixth spot. No early jibers as far as I can see. Looks like the Grandson side's favoured, but I've got a feeling that the guys at the back of this pack are going to have to do something different. It's a very short course. This is where the boats can make a big difference. Downwind, you can have a massive difference in speed. Upwind, stars are about the same speed, but downwind, you can make a big difference. But it's very flat, and I didn't see whether we had the O flag up. I don't know whether they're allowed to pump. I very much doubt it. But at the moment, we're seeing all of the boats going down the Grandson side. But I've got a feeling we're going to see some of these boats in the danger area jibing off. Guys, but anyway, back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Louis. And Hal, looking at Polgar and Koy, Kuzniewicz and Jitsky, Zarif and Prada, Zabo and Ducomont, these are in the dangerous spots here. What do you do?
Well, they've got their work cut out for them. I mean, it's pretty exciting that the first 3 boats rounded the weather mark and overlap. But like you said, we're looking at the last 4 boats trying to catch up, and whether or not they decide to follow in line or jibe away and try for some leverage, we'll see. It's hard to see the wind from here and what they have, so we'll have to wait and see.
Well, there is our live shot from our fantastic America's Cup camera, and the helms and crews really having to play this delicately downwind, and this must be quite hard racing, Mark.
Yeah, when it's light downwind in the star, it's difficult. You don't have a spinnaker, and you have the big main, and you just have to be really, well, like any boat in this condition, really careful not to knock the wind out of the sails. So you see the guys, it almost looks like it's in slow motion.
Okay, well, this is a delicate match now, a delicate quarter-final for the Grand Slam on the lake. And the operative word there is lake, Hal, because we're in between 2 thermal breezes up in the mountains with the Alps and the Jura range, and this lake 500 meters above sea level. And so this is hard work, and
that means no waves.
No waves at all, and here we we are seeing, Kuzniewicz and Jitsky, they're big guys, so some of the bigger guys, Polgar and Koy, are going to be suffering a little bit.
We just saw a lead change here.
Well, Gaspic and Revkin just taken the lead over Bernaz and Rambo, Staniek and Clean in the middle there. Those three leading the line, and another lead change. So it's very, very, very tight, Louis, at the front of the pack, and I think we're just about to see Staniek and Clean take the lead. So nothing in it right now, Louis, nothing in it at the front. But as you rightly say, it is a battle at the back, and Kuznirovic and Zitsky beginning to come right into the middle of the pack. Over to Louis.
Yeah, Digby, it's super light out here. We're talking, probably 5 knots, 6 knots of breeze. Now, the breeze is obviously coming from the north. Now, if that breeze increases, the boats that are behind those leaders are going to get it first. So they'll be looking for bullets of pressure. You see the crews all standing up, looking back. And what they're looking for is that pressure. And it's slow-mo at the moment, and it's very easy for the boats behind to come with that breeze and take the rest of them. So the crews are looking back. They're the eyes and ears, as you put it, Digby, of the crew. Very little move on the tiller. Any kind of move on the tiller is going to slow the boat. But I think there's a guy in your studio who could say it a lot better than me, and that guy's called Mark Reynolds.
Well, Mark and Hal in the studio unfortunately didn't make the cut, but they're with us, chattering away, and I hope you're in. It's the consolation prize to be up here, but we have a fantastic view of the front 4 runners here. Jean-Baptiste Bernaz on the bow of 96 there with Pascal Rambaud just chatting away, looking pretty relaxed. But it's not relaxed at all, I imagine, Hal, on board. You can just see Jean-Baptiste, he's looking around, talking, relaying information back, and these guys are all eyes and ears, aren't they? They're looking everywhere.
They're checking their angles and seeing if there's puffs coming. They're trying to anticipate the breeze and whether or not to jibe or stay on the course they are.
Yeah, it's very light. When the crew is sitting or standing, I should say, below the pole there, that's a good indication that I would say it's probably 4 knots of wind now, and trying to keep a little bit of a leeward heel at times, keep the boat moving and the sails full.
Well, Staniek and Clean just jibing behind Gaspic with Josh Revkin. Bernaz Rambaud making that charge into the middle of the lake, and there's Diaz and Boltins also, and they're fantastic downwind, aren't they? Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins seem to have a little extra gear on the downwind leg, and it looks like they're beginning to get into the game here.
Yeah, the 3 leaders rounded with a little bit of a gap, which is always nice. It allows them to kind of have a little bit more open field and not worry about getting bad air from the boats behind them. So they were able to sail a little bit free from the pack, but Augie's coming on strong there in 4th.
Well, that is the picture as we go downwind on our first downwind leg. Remember, it's 4 legs of the track, 2 laps, upwind, downwind, and a finish.
And those are very short legs, so it's, even though it's 2 laps, it's a very short race. But with this velocity, it's going to take a bit.
And we're seeing a little bit of low cloud cover now, and it's really looks like it's compressing the wind and taking it out. It's getting lighter and lighter. So, oh man, I can understand why Michel was stressing a little bit early, because we are on a lake, and this breeze looks like it's disappearing.
Looks like they're about halfway down the run, and this is where it gets a bit nerve-wracking. You can't just muscle your way down the course. You have to. It's really subtle, and you have to keep your weight still and keep the boat tracking.
Well, Polgar and Coy at the back of the pack there in a little bit of trouble, but we're looking at the front of the pack now with Jean-Baptiste Bernaz on the bow, standing up with his skipper Pascal Rambaud, just looking around. Sorry, forgive me, Pascal on the bow, Jean-Baptiste helming. And there they go, 35 meters ahead of Gaspic and Revkin, with the reigning world champs Staniek and Clean in 3rd, and Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins from the USA, these Miami sailors, doing a fabulous job in 4th. Torben Grail getting over his terrible start, climbing up to 5th place with Guillaume Diomida, And there's George Szabo and Patrick Ducomont in 6th. Danger positions now for Rohard and Lilia, Kuznirovic and Jitsky, Zarif and Prada, and Polgar and Koi. So those 4, Louis, not looking good at the moment. Louis just trying to steer clear, get out of traffic. Our TV boat is quite a big machine, actually. You were out there, you saw it, chaps, and it's probably throwing out a massive amount of wake in these light conditions. So Shane on the end of his lens there, and we can see the white boat is our TV cat, and probably should move a little left to get out of the way of Polgar and Koi. But Rohart, Lilia, Kuznirovic and Jitsky, they've got it all on. They've got some work to do, as do Zarif and Bruno Prada to the top of our screen there. And Kuznirovic and Jitsky, big guys from Poland, as is Arnie Boltins there with skipper Augie Diaz. And tricky this one. Very delicate, very hard, but there's a lot at stake. They've to get into that semi-final is quite a big deal, really, but only 6 of those boats there will get into the semis, and then they'll meet the overall leaders Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Farty, who I imagine are rather cock a hoop that they're not having to take part in this quarter-final.
They are watching, though. They're close by, going up the course, going down right now, trying to see what works. A little bit of a disadvantage in a way to them, not being on the race course and really feeling exactly what's happening. They can see some of it, but frankly, they can't see as well as we can looking at the virtual spectator.
Okay. Well, our TV boat probably just parking up to allow Polgar and Koi to pass by them, because obviously they'll kick up a bit of wake, and we don't want to be part of the story in that sense. But we are getting these wonderful pictures from the lake, and they are still moving, and the crew now beginning to sit in. Pascal Rambaud just climbing up to the mast. Back to the live shot.
It's light. You could see their top batten didn't even pop over after the jibe. They've gotten it now, but it's very light out there.
Super light, and they're looking around, and this is real cat in silk slipper territory here. You've got to be, incredibly delicate, and you can't bounce, because I imagine if you shake the wind out of your brays, it'll come unstuck from the sail, Mark.
Yeah, that's why I said it's got to look like it's slow motion. Every movement is just got to be as delicate as possible. So when you go to jibe, that's where you really see the skillful crews. The movement they make and the roll and all that to get the sail from one side to the other as smoothly as possible, and try to get a little acceleration. In the picture now, you can see Mendelblatt out there off to the side, and Fatih watching the race, trying to see what's working.
Okay, well, back to our race to the quarterfinals, and bow 92, it's Ivan Gaspich helming with Josh Revkin, the young American crewman, and they're doing a super job. And now the fleet beginning to compress, beginning to come into the middle of the lake. Diaz and Boltins starting to engage Staniek and Klein, the world champs. And really, there's not much in this, Louis. Very, very tight racing out here, Louis Habib.
Yes, indeed, Digby. And I'd focus on the battle between Szabo, Ducomont and Zarif and Prada at the back of that leading pack. We are seeing more breeze coming down the track, and as you can see, those leaders are compressing over there. The guys who are really behind the 8 ball are the ones over to the middle of the lake, doing something different. That includes Kuznirovic and Jitsky, and they are just jibing back over and in pressure. So this is going to be very interesting, but we're seeing the fleet compress because there is a little bit more breeze and it's coming from behind. So the boats behind are catching up. And as Mark Reynolds was saying, it's all about baby steps on the boat. Any kind of disturbance is gonna kill your boat speed. And they've just they're about to go around a mark here. So keeping that momentum round this mark is going to be absolutely crucial, and it's going to be difficult when you've got boats around you to do that. So it's all on here. I certainly wouldn't say the top 6 at the moment are the guys who are going to come through this. But the big battle at the moment is between Szabo, Ducomont and Zarif and Prada, who are battling for that last place for the semi-finals.
Indeed, Louis. And Kuznerovic and Zhitsky are beginning to come into the picture, Mark.
Yeah, I was just noticing that. They were one of the early, maybe the first to jibe and split from the fleet. They had to do something. They were behind. Now they're coming in here on the ley line, and they've made a gain. They're actually right at the above the line now, in 6th place.
Okay, great job by the Polish team. Mateusz Kuznerovic, Dominik Zhitsky, great sailors, great Finn sailors, great star sailors, and they're on a charge and beginning to climb through the fleet. So we're looking at the live shot as they go simultaneously around the bottom gate and choosing different sides of the track. Interesting, Mark. Interesting tactics there by the Croatians. I would have thought left might be a little bit better, but perhaps they just want to avoid the traffic.
Yeah, sometimes you don't have a choice. It's better to round at the same time the opposite mark than to round behind the other guy. So that's what they did, and if they feel strongly about one side or the other, you'll see the guys tack and go for it.
Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins just jibing around the gate. Very consistent. They're having a good regatta, aren't they?
Yeah, they've been up there every race, and we'll continue to, it looks like.
And there in through our picture, Torben Grail with Guillaume Diomeda. And Torben, 5-time Olympic medalist, multiple star world champ, and he's back in the game and really hitting the deck running at this regatta. I mean, he had 3 race wins, which is quite extraordinary, and he would have had 4th if he wasn't over the line in race number 2. And so these guys are on a charge, and I would say I would put my money on them getting through to the semis, but we don't want to have the curse of the commentators. And just coming through there, George Zarif with Bruno Prada, the young George, young Brazilian with super experienced crewman Bruno, and they're in the mix. But there, Louis, I have to say, there's a lot of racing left in this quarter-final.
Yes, indeed. And looking at Gaspich and Revkin, as you say, they've gone over right. I thought they might go up the middle, which worked for them last time, but they are definitely going over to the Neuchâtel side of the lake. Torben Grail and De Almeida are following them. Staniak and Clean did put a hitch in, and they are now sort of windward boat above Grail and De Almeida. So they put in an extra tack, but the breeze is back up here, Digby. We're up to about 6 or 7 knots of breeze, but this is a real game of snakes and ladders, and the big winners at that first leeward gate were definitely the Poles. Kuznerovic and Zhitsky got it right. They came in with the pressure from the Grand side of the lake and carried it through. But the breeze is back up, but it's up and down. And at the moment, it looks pretty solid right across the lake. But fascinatingly enough, everybody is now on port tack and heading over to the right-hand side. So they saw the pressure come with the poles from this side, and we've now got virtually all of the fleet bar one. I can't see who that is. One's on starboard tack, everybody else on port. We just had one more go back onto starboard. So this is a fascinating race with both sides coming into play. There's quite a spread now amongst the boats as well. So those guys at the back, they know that the pressure's back in, and it's going to be, if it stays like this, it's going to be very difficult to get into that top 6. Back to you in the studio, Diggers.
Thanks, Louis. Well, we are seeing on Virtual Eye that some of the back markers around that marker heading left up the track, Rohart and Lilia, Szabo and Ducomont, are beginning to roll the dice and see if the left-hand side is going to pay off. Kuznerovic and Zhitsky, interestingly, went from the right all the way left, and now they're tacking back into the middle. And Staniak and Clean, Gaspich, Revkin, Grail, Diomeda, Zarif and Prada all hammering over towards the right-hand side of the track. So they're spread around, almost everybody on port tack heading up to the right-hand side, apart from Rohart, Lilia and Szabo and Ducomont. So Well, interesting scenario, interesting tactics. It looks to us like the right-hand side is paying, which is where the majority are going. But Mark, you're the great strategist. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I would say the fact that they're all heading off to the right is clearly telling you something. We've got Rohard and Szabo working left, really because that's their only hope. They've got to get something. They've got to get a little leverage. If they just follow the guys going right, they're going to stay behind them for the rest of the race, most likely. I think Kuznierowicz probably had to go a little left just to find a lane to get clear air. If he gets a lift, he'll make sure he stays ahead of. He might pass Grail and stay ahead of Zarif. If he gets a header, he can tack and stay ahead of the guys that are off to the left side. So he's kind of right on that bubble, and he's probably watching both sides and protecting his position.
Well, there is Torben Grail with Guillaume Diomeda, the Brazilians. Guillaume managing to persuade Torben to get back into the Star last year when he turned up to Nassau for the SSL finals as a VIP, and now these guys absolutely on fire and doing a great job in 4th position in the quarterfinals. So Guillaume getting the old master back into the boat, and pretty cool. You've competed against Torben Grail for many years. What can you tell us about what kind of competitor he is?
Yeah, we go way back. 88 Olympics. He'd gotten in the boat just a little bit before that. I knew him a little bit from Snipes, but hadn't competed against him. He always has excellent speed off the wind. In that first Olympics in 88, he was incredible in the reaches. That was strong wind, but Torben can do it in all conditions, whether it's light, windy. He's just always tough. He's not afraid to get a little leverage if necessary. He's playing the race very well, as we can see here. He's got good boat speed. He's confident in his equipment, and I talked to him a little bit before he left, and he's pretty happy with his speed right now.
Okay, good insight from our competitors who have been racing here for 2-3 days, and in our studio commentating on the quarter-final of the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on the lake. And the wind is down and up and down and left and right and all over the place and swirling around this mountain lake, which makes it a fascinating game, very hard to read on the water for the sailors, but that is the idea. We've had a Grand Slam at sea in Nassau, now we have a Grand Slam on the lake, and in future we're talking about having a Grand Slam in a bay or in super windy conditions, perhaps even in a city centre somewhere. But that's all in the future. Right now we're on the Grand Slam on Lake Neuchâtel in Switzerland, and we're towards the French side, and in the background the Jura, beginning of the Jura mountain range, and behind us as we look the Alps. So 500 meters above sea level up in the Swiss air. It's quite a cool, cold breeze coming from the north. Louis is out on our TV boat. Louis, what can you tell us?
Yeah, what I can tell you, Digby, is we did see a bit of a lift over here on the Gronson side on that first upwind leg, and it's even more of a lift now. You can just see it on the angle that Torben Grail's got compared to the boats over on the Gronson side, I beg your pardon. So over here, Torben Grail looks like he's got a lift, and interestingly, we've got a pack of 5 boats here. So if this side is paying, and it certainly looks like it is, it will definitely be good for the 5, and then maybe one of those over there on the Gronson side. I'm putting my neck on the block a bit there, but I would say that Grail's in lifting pressure over here on the Neuchâtel side, I should say, not the Gronson side. So I'd definitely like to be Grail rather than the pack over on the Gronson side at the moment, Diggers. There's good pressure, and it looks like it's building. It's gone northeast, which is where La Bise comes from, and again, putting my neck on the block, I'd say we're in building pressure here, and I think we're going to have more pressure as this day goes on. There's Grail, he's tacked over now, and he'll just about lay that. It'd be interesting to ask your special studio guests about how you judge a ley line in shifting breeze like this. It obviously depends on what mode you're in, but I put that to Mark Reynolds. How do you judge a ley line on this lake?
Well, as you get more pressure, you get lifted as well. You sail a closer angle to the wind, and that's exactly what I think we're seeing here with Grail. He's just tacked over. You can see Guilherme's over the side of the boat a little bit, starting to hike. He clearly has more wind than he had earlier. On the first weather leg, Staniek had gone right and made a gain. So I think that's maybe what we're seeing here again. It'll be interesting to see with Zarif and Kuznierowicz how they come out on this, because as we know, the Polish went a little bit left to clear their air, and the Brazilians stayed right all the way, basically following Grail over to that right side. Now, ley lines are, like you say, are difficult because it changes as not only the wind shifts, but as the pressure increases and decreases. Right now, according to our lines, it's actually showing Torben is being overstood a little bit. Sometimes on a lake, that can be better. Maybe he's in more breeze. Maybe he purposely did that. We'll find out.
Torben Grail hammering up the right-hand side of the course on the ley line, and possibly, as Mark just said, possibly above the ley line, which will give him a little bit of a bear away to the top mark, but certainly some good speed by the Brazilians, lying third mathematically behind Staniek and Klein, who are now up into second place, also on that right-hand side of the track. Gaspic and Revkin playing a sensible game in the middle, and tactically you've got to take your hats off to Ivan Gaspic and Josh Revkin. Okay, well, we're in the studio with our special guests, Al Hainel and Mark Reynolds, multiple world champs and medalists, and been racing the Star for a couple of years.
Just a couple.
Just a couple. We had that marvellous moment in the Olympic Museum where they unveiled a statue of you, a waxwork made by the guys who made the Madame Tussauds waxwork, and there you were looking young and healthy, from 2000, I believe.
Yeah, I didn't think I looked that much different.
Very good. Nice. Well, that was a cool moment for the Star class, which has been an Olympic class for many, many years. Of course, the design is over 100 years old, and it's still going strong. And who knows, one day we may see them back in the Olympics. It's up to the International Sailing Federation, and of course they're lured by the attraction of fast, sexy boats whizzing around the track, but we are lured by the tactical and analytical game that's going on. And if anyone says this isn't a physical game, you can take on Hal Hainel.
This championship's a great example, though, of other sailors from other classes coming and sailing well in the Star. So laser sailors, fin sailors, stepping up and sailing. So I think it, speaks to the class that you can bring them all together and race against each other in this boat.
Well, of course, we are also building up to the SSL Grand Slam at Sea in Nassau in December. And that's a fascinating contest because they have 20 boats there, just through logistic limitations. Here we've got some 70, 80 boats because people can tow from Europe and everywhere. But in Nassau, the top 12 ranked teams on the Star Sailors League automatically are invited to, they qualify for the Nassau Grand Slam, and then they invite 8 VIP guests, and they can be helmsmen or crew, and some stellar names have been there in the past, like Robert Scheid, and we've had Luke Patience, a silver medalist in the 470. He was there in Nassau last December, and I just read on Facebook yesterday that Luke Patience has qualified for the British team to go to Rio Olympics, the Olympic Games there. So well done, Luke. Good on you, mate. So right now we're approaching the business end of leg number 3 towards the top mark. Quite a spread of boats. Gaspic and Revkin just about to hit that ley line, tacking across onto starboard to hit that top mark, and they have played a beautiful game in the middle, covering their opponents. And right now Zarif and Prada and Kuznierowicz and Jitsky are kind of on the opposite ends of the track. Zarif and Prada on the right starboard ley line, Rohard, Lilia, Kuznirovic and Jitski on the port ley line.
And they're looking good over there.
They are looking quite good. It'll be interesting to see what happens when they all converge. But our live shot, Lue, as we see through Shane's camera, the Croatian Ivan Gaspic with Josh Revkin rounding that top mark. Over to you, Lue.
Yeah, absolutely, and a massive lead there for Gaspic and Revkin. And let's just go right back to the start of this race. They got a good start, got in clean air, which was very light, and it really paid for them. It let them do what they wanted to do down this racetrack. So the start was the key for them. They got ahead, got in clear air. And then obviously behind them we've got one hell of a punch-up going on. I'm afraid to say that Zarif and Prada are looking pretty bad down here on the Gronson side. They did not have a good beat at all. But there's going to be a terrific battle here for the remaining places, the remaining berths for that semi-final. And I really wouldn't like to call it. We're a little bit too far away for me to start calling out bow numbers, but I can see that it looks like Kuznirovic and Jutski have done a great job, but they've got Torben, Grail and De Almeida all over them, and there's a bit of attacking duel going on there between the two of them, but they are shutting out the two guys behind, so it's a bit of a wall of boats. Coming in on starboard though is Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins. Don't think they're quite going to get in front of Rohart, no. So, but Augie's just cut him off at the pass there, coming in on starboard, and yeah, so it's a right old punch up here for this for the remaining five places. But let's hand it to Gaspic and Revkin. They're gone. Bye bye. See you in the semi-finals, guys.
Well, Lue, it's a crazy sight as we are watching Shane's live shot, and there is a lot of racing left in this game here, and of course really all these guys want to be in the top six, so whoever is 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th are out of the semi-finals. The top six go through to meet Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fati, and there is nothing in it right now.
The Germans are out of it, I think, right now. I think they're maybe in the 7th position. I don't see the ranking, but Szabo came in. They left clearly paid there at the end. That's where the Polish team came in from the left. And we saw Torben earlier on look like he was on the lay line. He didn't lay it, so there's clearly a left shift, and it's really tightened things up. And the leaders were smart to stay in the middle, like was pointed out earlier. They were able to play that left shift, and that's where they got that huge lead.
Well, the giant Marcus Coy with Johannes Polgar obviously suffering a little bit in these light breezes, bringing up the rear, and really I don't think there's much hope for them in the quarterfinals. But the story, Lue, is Xavier Rohart with Lilia battling away in 9th position, and if we go back to virtual, Andy, we can see right there is the battle. We can, I think, assume now pretty much that Gaspic and Revkin, Grail and Almeida, Diaz and Boltins are going to get through. Fabulous racing by Kuznirovic and Jitski, but now it starts to get a little wrinkly as Bernaz and Rambo, Szabo and Ducomont, Staniek and Clean, Zarif and Prada and Rohard and Lilia all battle on this final downwind leg to get into the top six. And Mark Reynolds and Hal Hainel, let's say you're on Zarif and Prada's boat and you're in that little lineup. Tactically, what can you do here?
Well, I mean, this group right ahead of them is still really tight, so it's a tough decision. Do they kind of stay there? If they're confident this is the correct way to go, they may want to stay there and hope some in this big bunch in front of them jibe out early and go the wrong way, or they could decide to jibe and take a little shot. These guys are all going to slow themselves down a little bit. This 2nd through 7th place, it's going to be a battle all the way down. I mean, like you say, Grail, Diaz, they're looking pretty good, but I'm not going to. It's not over till it's over.
Okay, back to our live shot, and there we see Torben Grail with Guillaume D'Almeida. Bow number 8 just ahead of Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins. And Hal, what are you seeing?
It's nerve-wracking. They got one leg to go, and like Mark said, they're almost in overlap in the stack of 6 boats. Look how far he is up on the bow. That means it's super light, trying to keep the boat going forward, get the rig forward.
Well, interestingly, look at position number 7, the German boat of Staniek and Klein. Right now, they are not going to make the semi-final. George Szabo and Patrick Ducomont will make the semi-final. So I think I'm going to concentrate now, Shane and Louis. We're going to concentrate on this battle for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, and it's really down to the Germans to the right of our screen in that pack there. And can they roll? Can they roll over bow number 9, George Szabo and Patrick Ducomont? And you can see the German team, the reigning world champs, just coming inside them. And bow 6 and bow 9, that's where the battle is going on. That's where the story is right now. And I'm thinking to my amateur eye, Mark Reynolds and Hal, that the Germans are looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, well, it's a little advantage for them to get inside there. At some point they're going to be jibing, and they'll have the advantage. They can hold Szabo out there if necessary. So it's going to be tight all the way down.
And the international jury, we can see them through the boats, keeping a very close eye. They know the mathematics as well, and they know that this is where the race is really going on to get into the semi-final. And you can see some boat speeds now, and the German boat just picking up a little bit more speed. That's a cool stat there, Chris. Thank you for putting the boat speeds on. And you can see the Germans now beginning to just slide ahead of George Szabo with the Duke. Zarif Prada a little bit further back. They're going to struggle now. I wouldn't be surprised if the guys behind them, if we just spin back to Virtual Eye, start to take a different line and try and break away from this little pack. These guys, as you say, Mark, are going to be slowing themselves down. And Zarif and Prada, look at that, coming into the middle. Looks like they found a clean lane.
And it looks like a couple boats have jibed, and we'll see how they do on the cross. They're going to definitely still be behind, but have they gained any from that?
And look at the boat speed of Rohard and Lilia, just going up to 4.7, and they're beginning to make a bit of a charge. So perhaps there's more pressure in the middle of the lake, but Louis, on Virtual Eye, this is a real humdinging battle as they, well, I wouldn't say charge downwind. They're not exactly hammering downwind, but they are sliding downwind quite nicely in some breeze. And at the moment, very, very hard to call. Kuznirovic and Zhitsky suddenly looking like they're in a bit of trouble out towards the Grand Saint side of the lake at the top of our screen. And I wouldn't want to be, perhaps when they jibe over, they're going to be in more pressure and have a better angle. But this is a fascinating battle. Over to you, Louis.
Yeah, as you say, fascinating battle. Just so you know, the spreader, the top mark of the spreader, they were moved on that leg, and it's more over to the Grand Saint side because we've had that shifting breeze to the northeast. But it hasn't. You know, unfortunately, it's gone so far over that way that it's a very biased Grand Saint side of the lake here. And we haven't seen any boats jibe yet. They've made it well over halfway down the track now without a jibe. Difficult from this angle to tell whether they'll actually make it on that jibe, but certainly looks like it. Breeze has gone down a little bit. We can see on the water here there's little patches of breeze, and you know, they'll be looking at those and trying to make those gains. So we've just seen the first boat jibe. Not sure who that was from here, but we've got one boat that's jibed over. But interestingly, Gaspich and Revkin, okay, they're right out the front there, but they've just gone a beeline. They've just gone straight for the leeward gate. They haven't jibed at all coming down here. So I'm afraid it looks like the tactics here are just about boat speed. Another boat's just jibed there as well. So it's all about pace at the moment, and very, very few passing lanes, I would say. But we'll see how it pans out. The sun's come out, by the way, and it's gone a little bit lighter. It's gone a little bit lighter, but yeah, I really wouldn't like to be racing out there at the moment. You can just see the Brazilian pair. I think that's Grail and De Almeida, and they've just got a massive puff there, and he's jibed on that puff. He's used that extra bit of speed to get through that jibe, and it's all about little nuances now with the little puffs coming through, but it's a terrific battle. It's slow motion, but a terrific battle, Digby.
Thanks, Lue. Well, quite a battle for the Poles. Kuzniewicz and Jitski have dropped to 7th now in this race over on the Grandson side of the lake, and they're now beginning to come back into the pack. But Grail and De Almeida, it seems to have paid off rather well being on that side. They've now climbed up to 2nd place. Diaz and Boltins there in the middle of our screen, in the middle of the pack, looking good, trying to cover the left and the right, I would say. Rohard and Lilia to the right of our screen, throwing the dice and just seeing what's going to happen, as have Polgar and Coy. And Polgar and Coy beginning to claw back some space, beginning to claw back some meters on the rest of the fleet. So we'll see how that pans out. Maybe there's a little bit more pressure in the middle of the lake. But Mark Reynolds, I can't call it right now.
You were pretty confident a little bit earlier up by the weather mark. Yeah, it's like I say, it's not going to be over till it's over. When you have this light of air, and there's bound to be some wind shifts and some puffs and holes, and you stay in the wind a little bit, you go a lot faster. It's going to be close all the way down to the gate here.
Well, we're looking at the live shots now of the crews. Kuzniewicz and Zitsky furthest away from our camera on the Grandson side, just coming into that pack. They are on the left-hand side. Back to the live shot now. Yep. Oh, I think they might be in a little bit of trouble, our Polish friends. They did such a great leg number 3, but on leg number 4, they are looking in trouble. But they'll have a hotter angle, I think, Mark, as they come in towards this downwind leg.
Well, from that last shot, it looked like Szabo was getting ready to cross them. They're kind of flipping back and forth with the Brazilians, with Prada and Zarif. It's going to be close all the way down with these guys.
Okay, well, we will stay with our live shot for a little while, looking back towards Grandson Castle as George Zarif and Bruno Prada jibe onto starboard, the boat nearest our camera. And they are picking up a little bit of speed as they head towards that bottom gate. And then there's a little dogleg to the finish line. 10 boats on the track. 6 will go through to the semi-finals. And Gaspic and Revkin in the luxury of first position in their own clean air all the way down there. Nice job by Ivan Gaspic, the Finn sailor, with Josh Revkin, the youngster from the USA. There they go, delicately coming around the mark to head upwind to the short dogleg to the finish. If we go back to virtual for a second, we'll concentrate on the battle in the middle of the pack, where Staniek and Klein are in 5th, Szabo and Ducamont are in 6th, Zarif, Prada in 7th, and then Kuzniewicz and Jitski now down to 8th spot. So they are coming into each other, and we are really looking at Zarif and Prada, Szabo and Ducamont.
It's all a fight for this gate mark here that they're going to round here to starboard. You can fetch the finish, so whoever goes around, the order around this mark is pretty much the order of the finish.
Okay, well, Virtual Eye flying us into the pack there, and super tight, and it's still on. It's not over yet. There's still a bit of golf left in the hole, as they say. Staniek and Klein up into 5th positions. The reigning world champs George Szabo and Patrick Ducamont just behind them in 6th spot, and behind them, that's the danger for Zarif and Prada, Kuzniewicz and Jitski. So can the Poles, can Kuzniewicz and Jitski bow number 3? Can they climb through to take 6th spot? Let's see as they go around the lake at the bottom mark.
It doesn't look good for them. It looked like they're slightly outside of Szabo. It looked like Szabo had clear air. I think Szabo's going to be able to round that mark in sixth.
Okay, and just a quick note to Shane. If Shane, you can come back to the battle and try and pick out bow number 6 as they go around that bottom mark. Grail and Yamada in a safe spot, and I think you're right, and there's a big bunch up right behind them. Brazilians around, sliding off the right hand side, and the Poles, Kuzniewicz and Jitski. Whoa, look at that. What can they do?
Not really sure what the point of that was. They've got to get Szabo, and that wasn't going to get them around in front of Szabo, unless I'm missing something here. They were making sure that they broke that overlap, and here they go around the mark, but they're in 7th.
And just behind them, George Zarif and Bruno Prada, and behind them, Xavier Rohart, bow number 2. So I guess that's pretty much it. We can pan a bit wider, Shane, and include the boats to the right of shot as they head up on that short little reach to the finish line, and leading at the back of the fleet, sorry.
So, Digby, are you sure that it's just the top 6, or is it the top 7?
It's the top 6 go through from this quarterfinal, and then they meet Mark Mendelblatt
I'm just
and Brian
was
Fossey.
worrying, looking at the situation there at the leeward mark, why the Polish were fighting so hard there with the Brazilians for 7th place.
Yeah. Prize money, mate. There's prize money at stake.
There you go.
Every position counts because the top 20 boats get a spread of prize money, and the Brazilians there, Torben Grail, Guilherme de Almeida, very happy with that race, and they're building their confidence going into the semis. They've made it. Good work. Great work by Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins. Staniek and Clean just following them with Bernaz and Rambo in the frame. Live shot as they cross the line now, and some of the tail enders coming through. George Szabo.
He'll be the last to qualify. He's about to cross the finish.
And Virtual Eye can give us the order. Bernaz Rambo into the semis, and George Szabo and Patrick Ducamont also into the semis. And just out of the semi-finals by a whisker are the Polish team of Mateusz Kuzniewicz and Dominik Jitski. Rohard and Lilia behind them, with George Zarif, Bruno Prada out of the game, and Johannes Polgar and Marcus Coy struggled all the way around the track today. I just think it's not their conditions for the Germans, and if you meet Marcus Coy in person, you might understand why. He's a giant of a man, but terribly kind and charming at the same time. But really, when you chat to him, you're just looking up into the sky as Marcus chats away. So commiserations, really, to Johannes Polgar and Marcus Coy, George Zarif, Bruno Prada. Commiserations to the guys who are out now as they cross that line. Marcus Coy, the crewman there. You can see the Audi sticker on the side of Johannes's boat. Johannes, of course, works for Audi, and there they go through the line. Well, as you say, Louis, a bit of a battle in slow motion, that one, but quite stressful, I think, all around, particularly for the Poles, because they were looking pretty stellar at one point, Mark. They had a fabulous downwind leg, an upwind leg, and then just kind of lost it on that last one.
Yeah, at the end of that second beat, they were coming into the weather mark. It was showing second. Grail got around ahead of them, but they were right in there. But it's a good example of, all the way through this race. Remember Szabo at one point off the starting line, and Grail were the last two boats, and they both ended up advancing. So it just shows that a lot can happen around the race course. Never to give up. It's not over till it's over.
And am I right in saying that you coached the Poles, the Olympics?
Yeah, I did spend a lot of time with them before the London Olympics. Yeah, they're a great team, and they don't really sell stars too often. I think the last time was in Nassau, Yeah, and I had the pleasure of actually steering the boat a little bit with Dominic, and he's an awesome crew. So yeah, it's unfortunate they didn't get to advance here because they're a great team. But all these guys out here are great.
Okay, very good. So the semi-final will be very soon, I would say within about 15 minutes. We'll have the semi-final of the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on the lake, and there we have 7 boats. The top 6 from the quarterfinals will now meet Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Farty, who had a bye going through the quarters because they were top of the leaderboard after the first 7 races. So there we have it, our virtual view over Lake Neuchâtel, and Louis out there on the water. You can see the committee boat, you can see Sharon. What can you tell us about what's going on?
Well, yeah, Digby, we've got some good pressure now. It has slightly swung to the northeast, which is good news because that tends to be much more stable. But I think we're going to have these lulls up and down because this northeasterly is only just starting to come in. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a great race course for the semi-finals. Yeah, just one person that's contacted me that I know's looking in is double Olympic star Irishman Peter O'Leary, and Peter O'Leary is down at the Waterfront Bar in Baltimore, beautiful spot in West Cork, and he's down there with Ewan and also probably one of the youngest ever spectators for the SSL, and that's young Daphne O'Leary, and she's only about a month old, but Peter tells me that she's fast asleep, so I don't think she's enjoying the Star Sailors League as much as Peter is, but I know Peter down there is watching, and his really good buddy Stevie Milne, who's been racing out here, I know he's going to have half a glass of something or other tonight to wet Daphne's head. But a big shout out to the Waterfront Bar in Baltimore. I know they've got it on the big screen down there, and they've got all the lifeboatmen there. They look after the Fastnet Rock and that part of the world. And hats off to the lifeboatmen from Baltimore. They do an amazing job. Yeah, as far as the committee boat goes, we don't have any flags, I don't think, at the moment. We're just getting over there. But I don't think they're going to muck about. We've got enough breeze for sure to start the semi-finals and see Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Farty join the action. So back to you in the studio for now, Diggers.
Thank you very much, Louis. Well, let's just wrap up the quarterfinals because we're going to have a little changeover in commentary. Mark Reynolds and Hal Haynell, thank you very much for joining us. It was slow, but it was quite dynamic at the same time, and immensely hard to sail on the lake out here.
Well, thanks for having us. It was exciting in slow motion, and the next round will be a little bit more of the same, but it makes it even more exciting sometimes.
Mark, any prediction going into the semi-final? Can you sort of stick your neck out a little bit, and who's your money on?
I'm not going to go there. These guys are all good, and this is a difficult condition. I think we could see any of these guys. All 7 of them are going to be tough. I guess if you had to pick out one guy, Mendelblatt has gone into this leading, and but you know, like I say, it was a little bit of a disadvantage that he wasn't able to race this race in some ways. You know, I'm not going to call it.
Fair enough. And this is the interesting sort of point about the Star Sailors League Grand Slams. It's unlike Olympic class sailing or the rest of sailing. It's not an accumulation of points. Today, it is just purely on your results. So whoever gets into the top 6 go through to the semis, and in the semi-finals, it will be the top 4 boats going through to the finals. And the order of finishing is the order of winning. You know, there's no accumulation or double points or anything like that. It's very clear for us watching to interpret what's going on. You know, whoever crosses the line first wins, second is second, third is third, and fourth is fourth. Hal, any prediction from you?
I'm with Mark. It's too light to call, and we've got 7 great sailors going into the last round.
It's such a world-class fleet. This is astonishing, really. The quality that has turned up onto Lake Neuchâtel, including you two gentlemen, and thank you very much for joining us. Now we are going to have a little swap round. We're going to have a little pause. We're going to play a little video clip because a couple of nights ago at the Olympic Museum in Lausanne, Thomas Bach, the president of the Olympic Association movement, one of the most powerful men in sport, had some very nice things to say about the star class.
Dear fellow Olympians, dear fellow athletes, dear friends of sailing, ladies and gentlemen. When I was coming here, I was looking at the lake and I was a little bit surprised. I couldn't see any sailing boat there. Now I know you're all here, obviously, and enjoying this very special moment with such an impressive assembly of sailors. The names, I think, are music in the ears of every friend of sailing. Here tonight, Mark Reynolds, Torben Graal, Bruno Prada, Mateusz Kusnerevich, Vasily Soba, Max Salminen, and Jonathan Lobert. All great names with great donations, and we are proud to display all what so many athletes have achieved in the star class, but of course also in other classes. And there I would like to thank your honorary president, Dennis Connor. It is always difficult, to say to a living person being a legend, but I think he will accept it that you're a true legend of sailing. So thank you for donating this equipment to the Olympic Museum, but thank you even more for sharing your stories, your sporting life with us tonight, and with the hundreds of thousands of visitors who will therefore be able to experience what it means to be a great star sailor, what it means to be a true Olympic athlete. Welcome to the Olympic Museum. Thank you for your generosity. Welcome to the Olympic family, and have a nice evening all together.
Welcome back. We're just about to get stuck into the semi-finals of the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on Lake Neuchâtel in Switzerland, and you can see from our live beauty shot that the breeze is beginning to fill in on the lake, and we're going into that semi-final, and we're just going to fly out to Louis Habib on the water on the TV boat. Louis, you're our eyes and ears out there. How far are we away from a sequence?
Hello.
Louis.
Hi, Diggers. Yeah, just had a quick comfort break there, but back in action.
So, Louis, what can you tell us? You're our eyes and ears out there, looking at the committee boat. How far off do you think we are for a sequence?
Well, we just had a hooter. The orange flag is up, and well, that's been always 6 minutes. So we're probably under 6 minutes, Diggers. We'll just wait for the next hooter, and then we'll be definitely on 5. But I'd say we're under 6 minutes to the start of the semi-final, Diggers.
Thank you very much. So not far to go, not long. And in the studio, we now have Kathleen Tock. Thank you very much for joining us, Kathleen. And Dr. Hubert Merkelbach. Woo! My champion. And Dr. Hubert, finally, you're in the studio, but you came 12th and just missed the cutoff. You are tied on points with George Arif and Bruno Prada, but the countback, they had a 4th result, which just squeezed them into the quarterfinals. But Hubert, you remain philosophical about it.
Yes, the coin has two sides. Once 12th place was great for us, and we are very happy with this result. When I arrived here and saw the list, I thought I could be happy coming under the top 25. Now we finished up 12th. That's a great place, but being equal points with the 11th for the finals, this is the other side of the medal. So we are a little bit okay.
Okay, well, commiserations, but you do get to join us in our commentary booth, which is a bit of a consolation prize, I know, perhaps not what you were aiming for, but we're very, very happy to have you with us, and you can perhaps give us a little insight into what these guys are thinking, what the conditions are like on the lake, and what sort of strategies and tactics are available and open to the helms and crew out there on the lake. We are looking at the live shot of the committee boat, Sharon Burke in the white hat, just in the middle of the boat there. She is the principal race officer, looking up and down the track, eyes and ears, seeing what's going on. We have the orange flag up. Sharon is testing the wind direction, which is pretty swirly and shifty. Dr. Hubert, you've been out there racing, and very tricky conditions.
Yeah, this is a special situation for the sailors. Most of them are used to sail on the sea in steady breeze and more breeze, and now this is special for all the guys. And now, as a sailor by myself, as a race sailor, they are all checking now the wind. Everybody is looking on the right side, on the left side, checking where will the pressure come, where will the shifts go more to the left, to the right side. Well, that's what all the guys are thinking now, checking the starting line, which side is favored. And there's also in this small fleet with 7 boats, there are also kind of tactical ideas they have to think about now.
Well, that's an interesting point, because we are from a fleet of 70-something boats on the same start line, and now we are down to 7. And Kathleen, it's almost like the medal race scenario in the Olympics, and that's your game. Very different mindset going into this start.
Yeah, these races are so much more tactical. Number one, we've got a much smaller race course than yesterday. It's less than half the size. And it was really interesting in the first race. If you were in the top 3, top 4, it was almost like you couldn't coast because as we have lake conditions, it's pretty tricky. But once you're in the top 3, you know that you're pretty much guaranteed to be into the next rounds, and your points from that race don't count. So I think people were much more conservative coming into mark roundings and things like that, because you don't want to have to do a penalty turn. You don't want to hit another boat, hit the mark. That's very, very costly. But now that we're only 7 boats, there's not a pad there. There's no luxury because there's so few boats, and then even fewer going to the next round. So people won't be as, I would say, nice out there. They're going to probably take a few more risks to get around that mark first, and really working for every inch. It's going to definitely be a lot harder. They have Mark Mendelblatt in the race now, and Mark was not in the last race because he had the bye, being the winter going into the series. But as we pointed out in the last race, it is a little bit of a disadvantage because he wasn't on the race course getting his wind readings. We did see him going up the side of the race course for a while in the first beat, but he wasn't out there playing the game, getting every shift just like the competitors. So actually, even though Mark's winning the regatta, he doesn't have that edge of being in the first race. But he has showed exceptional speed throughout the whole series, and been terribly consistent. So, but he's like this new thing thrown into the race that these sailors haven't seen in the first race.
Well, there is Mark Mendelblatt with the number 1 on his bib, on his back, with Brian Fati. And Kathleen, you can explain what those numbers mean on their shirts.
Yeah, we've got number 1 there, but if you also noticed, Bruno Prado was wearing a 1, Xavier Rohart was wearing 1. There aren't a lot. What it does mean is that that is the highest ranking that you have achieved in the Star Sailors League. Mark Mendelblatt is currently the number 1 ranked skipper, and his crew, Brian Fati, is the number 2 ranked crew. So if you're looking at those numbers, not only does it show your country colors, but it also shows what your highest standing has been in the league. And then you'll notice France right there has a VIP on the back, and those are very important people. Here, there are guests, high-ranking international sailors who's been invited into the class, and in this case, Bernaz is sailing with his Olympic coach, Pascal Rambaud, who is an Olympic medalist in the Star. So it's really interesting. Pascal's been coaching Bernaz now for 2 years, and he had asked him in the past, "Oh, well, will you sail the Star with me?" But as a coach, and he didn't think that was the right time to do it. But they've been working together now for a couple of years, and Pascal was invited to come and said, "Can you find yourself a skipper?" And he says, "I know just the guy." Now, Bernaz actually did the Europeans, I think, back in 2009. That was his first Star event ever. He loved the boat, but he hasn't been in the boat since 2009, and he's really happy to be here today with his coach, taking a break from his Olympic sailing. He's just back from Rio, where he had an exceptional result in the Olympic test event, and has been fairly consistent, and I think the two have really good rhythm downwind.
Thank you, Kathleen. Good insight. And the boats are in sequence. We're under 4 minutes. If we clock to virtual, you can tell us how far off the start we are, Chris. 2.5 minutes. Loué out on the water. We see the start line, which is the 2 orange flags. That is the absolute start line, and our camera boat is in a great position to see that start. And the boat's just schmilling around behind, and just 7 on the track. Loué, you're out there. I can feel the tension here in the studio because there's a lot on this semi-final. There's prize money at stake. There's some, Hubert is very good. There's 100,000, is it US dollars or Swiss francs?
I think it's Swiss francs.
Swiss francs, okay, so that's vast amounts of money.
There's chocolate as a consolation prize to the rest.
Very good, and that's divvied up over the top 20, and Hubert coming 12th. Of course, you trousered a huge, vast check of, what is it, 2,500 Swiss francs? That's enough. You can retire now, off to Rio.
Yes, never work again.
Never work again. Very good. So back to our live shot, and we're about 2 minutes to go towards the start. Loué, 1.5 minutes to go. Loué, talk us through the start. You're the eyes and ears, and we can see your boat. You've got the best view.
Well, I tell you what, Digby, I don't think you could fit 7 stars on this start line. It's so short, and we are definitely in for some showtime here. Interestingly, Staniek and Clean in that quarter-final. They're also behind the committee boat again, and they're looking to come in with power, reach into that line, and try and get it away well. Staniek and Revkin, who had a great start in the quarter-final, they are the furthest boat towards you on the Granson side. They look like they're going to go for the pin, but here comes the lineup. Rev up your engines, guys. I know it's not a lot of breeze. It's probably got up to about 6-7 knots of pressure, but this is going to be a right old ding-dong. I'm absolutely sure of that. It's really cool to see Gaspich here. He's a Finn sailor. He's the current #1 ISAF ranked Finn sailor, and it's great to see people from other classes doing so well. We also had Contides, the laser sailor, and that weight actually doesn't harm them as a crew. So it's really great to see other sailors in there doing so well in the Star boat. But the world champions Staniek and Clean have gone committee boat end. Gaspich and Revkin at the other end. Fairly conservative start, but I can see somebody popping out in the middle there. I'm afraid to tell you, I cannot tell you who it is at the moment.
Well,
but
Mendelblatt and Fatih have had a great start. So did Gaspich out on the pin end. Torben Grail, astonishing, Kathleen.
Yeah, it was interesting. Torben tacked out right at the gun at the boat while everybody else pretty much went off on starboard tack. And right now his speed on that tack doesn't look so hot. He's definitely behind at the start. We saw a lot of last-minute maneuvering. It was definitely hard for those boats to accelerate on the line.
Well, Torben Grail taking an interesting start. He was behind the pack, and he crossed the line, immediately tacked over, and he's heading up the right-hand side of the track in last position, really, mathematically, with Staniek and Clean also not getting off to such a great start. I could see Diaz and Boltins getting squeezed in that little pack there, trying to muscle in and wedge their way in, but that was slow.
Yeah, as we said before, they're very heavy boats, and I think maybe, Hubert, you could talk a little bit about trying to accelerate in this breeze in a Star.
Yeah, it's difficult because I think the guys were pretty early at the line, and then they couldn't accelerate. They had to accelerate directly after the start at the line, and so they couldn't speed up that good. And directly after the start, the boats who started correctly on the left side, it looked that they had more pressure as well. So now it looks like the fleet has split it up. And now it depends which side will pay up.
Very good. And we have an exact split, interestingly, and Grail and Diomeda are beginning to look fairly tasty going up the right-hand side of the track. Louis?
Yeah, Diggers, I think what we saw there at the start, this is my interpretation, was Grail had already decided he was going right. And that's why he flopped straight over onto that. And actually, getting a good start if you've decided to go right, probably wasn't that important. And also Staniek and Clean, they looked pretty confident they were going right as well. So I think that's what we've seen. And this is a rerun for Grail. Grail went this way in the quarterfinal. He likes this side of the lake. But yeah, again, amazing. We've got a 3-3 split, and just remember it's 4 that go through to the final. So it's a very difficult one to call here. Who's going to come through? But Torben Grail does look like he's getting headed at the moment. Looking at the boats on the Grandson side, they look like they're higher. But as we saw with that quarter final, he got a lift, but he's actually tacked a lot earlier this time. So Grail just about to try and cross Staniek, but Staniek's having none of it. He was on port. He's also tacked. So it'd be interesting to see whether, I believe, is that Augie Diaz over on this side, Diggers?
Well, we're looking at the live shot from Shane at the moment, focused in on Torben and Guillaume and that lovely little tack. These guys absolutely on fire. Hubert, you're looking at this close-up shot of Torben Grail with Guillaume Diomeda, and there they go, tacking again. Hubert, what can you tell us about their crew work and their technique here?
Yeah, those are maybe the best 7 teams in the world we have now right here at the starting line, and they are perfect. As you can see, all the maneuvers. The crew, as the wind is more lightly, is going forward, moving much forward as they can. And now they are controlling Staniek. That's why they attacked in front of them, and they trying to have control on the right side of the course.
Okay, well, the reigning world champs, Staniek and Clean with bow number 6, just trying to tack away and break away and get into their own lane, their own clean air. And it'll be interesting to see if Torben Grail decides to tack on them or to carry on up the right-hand side. And so, Kathleen, yes?
Yeah, this is really interesting. And Torben's continuing to go up to the right-hand side, whereas Staniek and Clean tacked off, and also Augie Diaz, who was on that side with them, is now going off in the other direction, maybe to reconnect with the fleet. We definitely have a short race course here, but it looks like Torben is really going to play this edge. He's committed to it. We saw that at the start, and perhaps he's seeing some extra pressure down there. Yesterday, most of the pressure at the end of the beat tended to come from the left-hand side, but the last race was really the first race where we saw the fleet splitting sides, and maybe we'll see that again here. So essentially right now, Diaz and Baltens and Staniek and Clean are working their way back towards the middle of the fleet. And Grail and Diomeda are choosing to play the edge.
They're going for it, aren't they? And it's not looking too bad for them at the moment. But they're really, Louis, I have to tell you, the boats, there is nothing in this. There is, in total, 40 metres from the first place to last. And at the moment, Mark Mandelblatt and Brian Farty look like they have the lead line over Diaz and Baltens, 2 metres in that, with Grail and Diomeda out on the right hand side, now coming back into the course, some 17 metres behind Mandelblatt and Farty, who are taking the left hand side. And there's Gaspich and Revkin out there. They had a stellar quarter final, led by a country mile, and here they are in the mix at the moment, but in 6th place. But at the moment, Louis, terribly hard to call. Diaz and Baltens, I would say, are in a really strong position right in the middle of that. They can choose left or right at the moment, and that's a good spot to be, in my opinion. Staniek and Klein also going back into the middle of the track, as are Grail and Diarmida, who don't want to get disconnected from this race.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough. As we've seen now, Torben and Guillermo have actually fallen to the rankings right there to the back. They went from first to the back just in 2 seconds. It is a short course, so you are going to see the leaderboard flip-flopping all the time. And because it's a short course, the boats, the meters between them are not that great. I know we had a really big win in the last race with the American and the Croatian, but I don't know that we'll see that this time around.
Okay, well, interesting picture on virtual eye. Mendelblatt and Fatih still with the mathematical lead line at the front of the pack, and these guys have been such a class act. Hubert, Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fatih, they had to sit out the quarterfinal, but here they are hitting the deck running and looking absolutely fantastic, beginning to pull out a little bit of a lead. Hubert.
Yeah, they are sailing very consistently, very good speed. They are making the most little mistakes. It looks good for them. In the racing, in the first races we sailed in this winds, a lot of the times the left side paid off. Sometimes only the right side paid. In this lake racing, most of the time you have to go to an end to one side of the race course, because the best pressure is coming out there. So in the moment it comes from the left side, but we will see how Torben is gaining maybe.
Well, he's looking terrible on virtual eye, I can tell you. That's the live shot from our perspective on the camera, but looking at virtual eye, Torben Grail, who is the right hand furthest right, beginning to head right again, looking way down the fleet now, 100 meters behind Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fatih.
It really seems like Grail and Diarmida are not in the same breeze as the other boats on the same tack off their shoulder. Their angle is much further down than the boats above them on the same tack. So my guess is that is probably a pressure thing. When you have more pressure, you have a greater angle and you can point closer to the mark. What they're going to hope for here is a big right-hand shift, but they've just tacked, so maybe they've gotten a little bit of a shift, and you want to get a shift and pressure at the same time. That's like the key to getting across the fleet and making that distance shorter.
And you can see just from the track of Grail and Diarmida, you know, they're S-curving, they're swerving and curving as they make their way upwind. And Torben Grail, obviously a complete master of sailing, a complete maestro. He won the round the world race, 5-time Olympic medalist, multiple world champion in the star class. Legend might be a bit strong, but he is certainly one of the finest sailors in the world at the moment, and he's come back into the star class after quite a long break, and he turned up at Nassau, very disappointed with his result there. Guillaume persuaded the old master to get back, you know, with the band, and now they've hit the deck running and have had a super regatta. But we will see. At the moment, it's not looking too good for them, I have to say, and that's probably a more realistic angle perspective from our camera boat, our TV Cat. And as we see to the right of picture, bow number 1, Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fatih just nailing this race at the moment, Kathleen.
Yeah, they have incredible speed. Upwind, downwind. They've been sailing together now for quite a few years, and they've actually gone off in different directions, with Brian doing some coaching and more professional big boat sailing. Not that this small boat sailing is professional, but it often doesn't pay. But that's why we're here at the Grand Slam. This is a professional dinghy race, and we don't see this very often. And then Mark has continued doing Olympic sailing with his wife Carolina in the Olympic catamaran. So it's great to see them back here sailing in a lake in Switzerland, and they don't seem to have missed much, having gone off in different directions for a little while. But once you've sailed with somebody for so long, it's almost like riding a bicycle. As long as you're in good physical conditions, because as we said, these are very physical boats, you can hop back into the boat and get up to speed pretty fast. But in this case, not everybody's sailing their own boats, so they had to learn their boats, and that's what Brian was doing before Mark jetted in.
Brian Fatih, crewman for Mark Mendelblatt. comes in, prepares the boat, gets it all ready, takes it out training, and then Mark flies in at the last minute and steps aboard with his little cappuccino and super rock star style. We like that, don't we, Kathleen?
Well, we do. We can't all do that, though. But I also do know that Mark has been a little bit under the weather this week. And so it's definitely going to be tiring to come in here already being a little bit ill and then being here on the water every day. It's not like you're sitting in a couch waiting for you to be called to go into the ring, but they have long hours out on the water. So with Mark being a little bit ill this week, this performance is even more incredible.
Well, Virtual Eye telling us that Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fati are out there in the lead. Gaspic, well, Ivan Gaspic, nice, from the Croatian Finn sailor. He had a stellar first race with Josh Revkin, and now they're engaging Mendelblatt and Fati at the front. And if we go to our live shot, we can see them coming together, converging. The boat on the right, on starboard tack, has the right of way, so the Croatians will have to duck. Crossing ahead. There we go. There's perspective for you. We have a super long lens.
Okay,
I would say that our TV boat is probably about 1 kilometer away from these guys at the moment, and now we're into a tacking duel.
Yeah, they're just covering one another here. That was I was surprised to see that a little bit, but they're getting up closer to the windward mark, and it's going to be key to get around that mark first. So the Croatians were trying to control the Americans, and the Americans, they didn't stay there. They tacked out right away, but the Croatians are continuing to go on starboard tack rather than engage in an attacking duel.
Now, the bow of the Brazilian boat just crossing through, if you look through the sail, that is the top mark where that white motorboat is, the orange mark, and the second orange mark is the spreader mark. So it's the right hand mark that they will be going for, and we're looking from our TV boat out on the lake from the perspective of that, but Virtual Eye can give us the mathematics, and Grail and Diomeda, whoa, going way above the mathematical ley line, and the other guys playing inside the cone. So let's see how this pans out for Torben Grail and Guillaume Diomeda as they approach that top mark. The rest of the fleet much more tightly packed within that cone. Hubert, you're the master tactician here. What is your reading of this?
Yes, as an experienced lake sailor, I would say Torben is now trying, he has to do something, because otherwise he is too far behind, and he's trying to get more pressure on the right side. So it's not just the angle he can go to the mark, it's also the pressure, and if he gets very good pressure, more than the other guys, he can open up the sheet and go with a little bit more speed to the mark. That maybe can help him come back to the fleet. In the moment it looks not good for him, so he has to try something.
Okay, perhaps a little roll of the dice, perhaps a bit of a gamble, I don't know. I mean, I'm just guesstimating in the comfort of our studio, but I imagine out there on the Waterloo, it's incredibly hard conditions, and we are seeing now, mathematically, the Staniek and Clean Loué over on the left-hand side of the track are just coming good. Over to you, Loué.
Yes, indeed, and we just watched Torben Grail and De Almeida, and it was painful. You could see they were on a lift, but they needed to tack, and they were tacking onto a header, and we were amazed how far they went, but they're still not making that mark. So they unfortunately got the wrong side of that shift. I think that's what and it just did not work for them out here, and they are really struggling now. There's obviously, as you can see on your screens, there's a bunch of boats there battling for second, third and fourth, and that's what it's all about. Second, third and fourth is where you want to be. Breeze-wise, it's certainly, we've got as much as we had at the start. It's probably about 6 knots of breeze, but we can see some darker water coming down from the north. So I still think this is going to build. We've got some very energetic cloud now as well. So I think the breeze is going to continue to rise, and that might help the boats coming from behind on this first downwind leg when they get round this top mark and the spreader. So I think we could see some position changing, particularly between second, third and fourth, going into this first downwind leg. But I'm afraid to say that Turbine Grail, his turbine's been switched off. He is dead last at the moment. But if there's anybody that can get out of that position, it's Torben Grail. But we'll see how that goes. But at the moment, it definitely was not good to go right by Torben Grail.
Thanks, Louis. Good analysis. You were getting some good nods from the good Dr. Hubert on your reading of the situation there, as Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fatih head around the top mark, and who's holding them out? And as they go up, Gaspich and Revkin around in second, and Bernaz and Rambo in third, and Mendelblatt and Fatih in fourth. Now, just a quick reminder, the top four boats, the top four finishers here, go through to the final. And if the breeze completely dies out, the end of this race will be the final result. That's just been passed to me by the SSL. That's the situation, but it looks like the breeze is holding in, and we're in for a cracking race here. It's great stuff. Right now, Torben Grail and Guillaume de Almeida have a lot of work to do, as do Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins. Kathleen.
Yeah, in breeze like this, when the breeze gets this light, it is so difficult to work your way up from the back of the pack. When you have breeze, you can catch a wave, you can pump your main sheet downwind and just accelerate. But in this light breeze, once you're behind, it's very difficult. Also, because the breeze is so light, the shifts don't come so quickly, and so there are not enough shifts to tack on as much as when there's a slightly bit more breeze. Now, if that breeze that they're seeing does come down the lake downwind, the sailors behind will get that breeze first. They'll pick up speed, and being a very heavy boat, they have even more momentum. They have a chance to close some distance on the boats in front of them, and that's also a really bad feeling when you're in the front and say boats that are in third or fourth place. When you see the boats behind you get that breeze before you, they've got the momentum, and you're just sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting. It's very nerve-wracking. So if that breeze does build and come from behind, maybe Szabo does have a chance. Probably not Diaz and Boltins, but right now that would be their only saving grace going into this last downwind leg.
Okay, well, this is the first downwind leg, Kathleen. Yeah, so there's quite a lot of track left to go. There's 4 legs, 2 laps of the course. They go upwind, downwind, and then a little dog leg to finish. So we're not even halfway around the race yet, so there's plenty of racing left in the semi-final. And I would have to say, Louis, that it's going to take a bit of a miracle for Torben Grail and Guillaume to come back into this race at the moment. But right now, we are looking at the German pair of Robert Staniek and Fritjof Clean. Fritjof on the bow there, just crouching down. Louis, we're looking at the bow number 6, the German boats, doing a super job. The reigning world champions, and they are nailing the semi-final at the moment, Louis.
Yes, absolutely. Torben Grail is just passing the top mark now, and he is, I think we call that one the Jesus call. If he can get into the top 4, it happens once every 2,000 years, Digby. He's out of it. There's an interesting battle going on between second and third. From this distance, I couldn't tell you who they are. Who's second and third? Second, third and fourth, say.
Right, so we have Staniek and Clean in the lead, Gaspich and Revkin in second, Bernaz and Rambo are the third placemen, and then it's Mendelblatt and Fatih in fourth. Now in the danger zone are Szabo and Ducomont, Diaz and Boltins, with Grail and de Almeida just going around the top spreader mark as we speak. So Szabo and Ducomont, Diaz and Boltins have a bit on, but they still have plenty of track left. They can start to find their own lanes. They're coming from behind. If the wind builds, as you say, Louis, it'll hit the back markers first, and they could well come for a charge and pick their own lane coming into the middle. Dr. Hubert Merkelbach, maestro, lake sailor, past European champion on Lake Constantine, I think, Hungary. Balaton. And that was the year before last, I believe. Hubert's come here and he's just missed the cut-off to get into the quarterfinals, coming 12th. But Hubert, if you were Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins, what would you be doing right now?
Well, are now in a difficult situation because they are some meters back and they have to try something, maybe the other side. It's very hard for them to come back in the race, but in this light winds, everybody has a chance. As you saw, Staniak was very bad on the first beat. He was on the right side, which was bad. Then he realized that it was the wrong side, changed totally to the left side, went behind all boats to the left side, and now he's first. So there can be also a comeback for Augie Diaz and Arnie. Well, let's see.
We'll see. So they are on the first downwind leg, right at the back of the pack. Torben Grael and Guillaume de Almeida. I mean, Kathleen, those guys are not going to give up.
No, definitely not. We've never seen them give up, and we've only seen them probably be one of the fastest boats downwind out on this race course here in Grand Son. There may be slightly more breeze coming from behind because we've seen Diaz and Boltons actually sailing at a lower angle here downwind, so that might be a slight indication that they're in a little bit more breeze. But as you see, it's really slow going out there, and different from yesterday, you just see that the crews are so much more still. They're not allowed to do kinetics on this downwind leg, which means the pumping and ooching. And the more movement you make in the boat, the more it disturbs the airflow on the sails. So we have this is an umpired race. We have judges out here, and so they can't do too much kinetics, and we just see them being very, very, very still, looking around for every bit of breeze to take advantage to just get that extra meter on the boats around them.
Well, umpire boats and spectators, I would have to say, out there on the lake, and we're looking at Arnie Boltons, the big man, the big fella from Miami, with Augie Diaz on the helm at the back of the boat, and these guys picking their lane and taking a very steady. So unlike their usual conditions in Miami, it's pretty windy out there.
Yeah, Miami's known for nice breezy conditions. Augie loves sailing out in the ocean. Miami's a bay, but it has plenty of breeze. And Augie really enjoys windy weather with waves. He was a little bit hesitant about having this event on the lake, but we've had really good breeze up until yesterday and today. But you know what? It's always the top sailors that tend to rise to the top. So even though they might prefer to sail in the ocean, coming here, they're still doing quite well.
Well, here's an interesting stat from Virtual Eye, the average speed on this leg. And just take a look at the bottom. Grael and de Almeida, average speed 4.2, Staniak and Clean 4.1, and the middle of the guys doing 4, and Augie Diaz and Arnie not doing so well with 3.8.
Yeah.
That's an interesting stat going downwind. So right now on the track, the quickest boat going downwind, average speed downwind on this leg, are the Brazilians, Torben Grael and de Almeida. And so let's count them out just yet.
Yeah, we see here Brenaz and Rambeau, and the skipper is not a regular star sailor. So to be in this group with all these names and all these champions, it's amazing that he's able to maintain his speed and his calm in this really light breeze. Because when it comes to light breeze, it becomes a head game because you can't control so much, and there aren't a lot of options.
Well, Dr. Hubert, you can talk about the mind game, the mental game. You've been out there on the racetrack. You finished 12th overall, a fantastic result at the SSL Grand Slam on the lake. Talk to us about what's going on in these guys' heads.
Yeah, when the wind is as little as it is here now, it's very hard for the skipper and the crew as well, because you cannot do so much with kinetics. You are just a victim by the wind, and well, if the breeze is coming up from behind on the downwind and you are in front, the boats are coming up from behind, and then you might get nervous and have to make the right decision. So it's very, the pressure and the mental pressure is much more maybe than in stronger winds, when you can do more physically work.
Okay, so we are looking at the back marker right now, an unusual sight of Torben and Guillaume, the brilliant Brazilians. And look at that distance that they have to catch up from the next place markers into the pack, the main pack there. It looks like the Germans, Staniak and Clean, are doing wonderfully well out in the front. To the left of shot, just there, they're pulling out a great lead there. That is the leading pair of Robert Staniek and Fritjof Kleen, the reigning world champs, and this is cool. They're just performing on the day, aren't they? They're pulling it out when it counts.
They had that skill last year in Lake Garda at the Worlds when they won. They actually weren't even sure that they had won. They did not have a last stellar race, and that was a different format where it wasn't the finals like we have here. And the two of them have not been doing sailing together. Frida had a knee injury this past year. He's actually got into foiling kiteboarding. So for those of you who don't know, it's like windsurfing, but it has a big kite and it foils, which means it flies above the water. So Fritjof's been busy doing that, and I think going from a foiling kiteboard to a star on a day like this with no wind is quite a bit of a difference, but it doesn't seem to be hampering their performance.
Robert Staniek on the helm there, just working the main sheet, super light touch. Now they're not allowed to actually pump, but they are allowed to use some movement.
Yeah, well, one of the things, as we've mentioned before, is you do see some tiny pumps here. You probably will see all the skippers doing some little pumps. It's whether the judges can see these pumps of the sail and how repetitive they are. Every now and then you can give a pump. Not by the rules, but the judges won't call you until they see a repetition of the pumps.
Hubert, what can you say about that?
Yes,
you're treading on eggshells now.
You can say, is it a pumping or is it adjusting the mainsail? It's hard to say. Well, but all those guys are professionals. They know exactly what they are allowed to do. And to remark that I was had the honor to sail with Fritjof Kleen 2 weeks ago in the Netherlands, in Muiden, for the Eastern Hemisphere Championship. So I know how Fritjof is acting on the boat, and is really professional and cool, and he's doing a very good tactical job as well. So it's not only the helmsman in the boat, all those guys who are out on the water, they have great crews on. They are all great sailors, as you see now. Also the crew of Freddy Löw, Max Salminen, who did the helm here, he is doing now the fin dinghy in the Rio de Janeiro Olympics next year. So they are all great guys, and Fritjof is very cool, and I think he's a good tactician. They will try to consolidate their position now. They will not go to one corner and lose their lead. They will control the fleet up to the end, I think.
Okay, very good. And that little shot there, we were seeing the compression effect as they come down the track. Bow number one is Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Farty, and just look behind them, Kathleen. There's a full-on charge, and seems to be just a little bit of pressure coming from behind, but in that one shot we are seeing a great story here of the second, third, fourth and fifth boats in the semi-final of the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on the lake. And well, Hubert, I'm very sorry to say that they're not hammering downwind today, unfortunately. I know you like that expression. They are ghosting. They are ghosting downwind, but psychologically this is extremely tough sailing, and these guys are doing a super job. And Banaz and Rambo coming into the frame now. They are taking a central line down into the middle of the track as they go downwind. Diaz and Boltins are coming in on a hot angle into that little group. So Diaz and Boltins making a little charge there against Szabo and Ducamont. And Gaspic and Revgin, Ivan Gaspic, another great Finn sailor, big guy from Croatia. In the he's a fantastic Finn sailor and
three-time European champion.
Three-time European champs, and I would put money on seeing him on the podium for Rio in the Finn class behind Giles Scott, the Brit, who I'll just wave the Union Jack for a minute, because Giles is just quite something else at the moment in that Finn class. But here we are looking at the Star class, these heavy keel boats in super light wind, and we'll just switch to virtual Andy as Shane adjusts his lens. And there on virtual eye we can see Staniek and Kleen pulling out a 50-meter lead over the Americans, but it is so light they have another lap to do. Anything could happen here, Kathleen.
Yeah, we saw the French, Bernas and Rambaud. They were the first ones to jibe out, and Szabo out on the right-hand side was the last one to jibe. And then we had Diaz and Bolton, who actually have gained a lot on this downwind leg, unlike Grail and De Almeida, who really have the distance between them and the rest of the fleet has become greater. So the problem is, in a smaller boat, when you jibe, you can actually gain a lot of speed coming out of your jibe. Momentum carries through in the maneuver. But in this light wind, it's even more difficult to gain speed through a jibe. So when they choose to do a maneuver, when they choose to jibe for tactical reasons, it's got to be at the perfect moment because maneuvers are very expensive in this light wind.
Well, we haven't heard from Lue for a little while. I understand you're repositioning out there, Lue, and just avoiding traffic and trying not to become part of the story. You've had a couple of run-ins with Torben Grail, and we saw that on day 2, but very, very light, and our TV boat, great big thing, charging around the track, creating a little bit of wake. So they're just avoiding traffic and settling in to find a good spot. Now we can go back to the live shot as we see Robert Staniek, Fritjof Clean, Fritjof, or Frida as you call him, Kathleen, his nickname. Big character, larger than life character, big smile, a huge personality. And Hubert, I like the way you said it was an honor to have him sailing with you recently. There he is, the number 2 on his back, Clean, big guy, had some knee troubles last year, which meant that he couldn't make the SSL Grand Slam final in Nassau, and he was a little gutted now, but he's back in action, and I'm astonished to hear, Kathleen, that he's kite surfing on a foil. It's a big guy like that.
I am a very enthusiastic kite surfer. He's still doing. He's also doing some dragon sailing, which is another popular one design class here in Europe. But I think Frida is definitely more of a smaller boat person. He loves the Star, and he actually has done a good job training stars, and he offered some advice. He said when he's teaching somebody in the boat, he often puts a camera in the hull of the boat to for the person to watch their footwork, because as we mentioned yesterday, although these are really big guys, they're super light on their feet and very, very smooth, and so their footwork has to be very, very precise, putting pressure on one part of the boat to roll it like he's going to do in just a second, but especially in this light air, they've got to be super smooth to keep the boat going and not disturbing the air in the sails.
Well, there is Staniek and Clean, Robert and Fritjof rounding that mark. Nice smooth manoeuvring, and their crew work is absolutely superlative, which took them to a World Championship win on Lake Garda last year, where they beat an absolutely quality fleet. And talking of a quality fleet, Hubert, check this. This is a bit of a who's who of star sailing, with some great characters out there. And there's Jean-Baptiste Bernas with Pascal Rambaud just rounding in second. And there,
and taking the other mark. That's
Mark
interesting.
Mandelblatt, Brian Fatih there, neck and neck with George Szabo and Patrick Ducamont. There they go round. And just in 5th place, Ivan Gaspic and Josh Revkin. So it is super tight in this semi-final. You can see that the breeze is super light. We can join Lue Habib out on the water. You've got a great view there. Lue, how's it going?
Yeah, there is breeze coming down the track, and we did see Torben Grail close up a bit there because that existing breeze. The big news out here is that they have shortened the course, and we now have probably only 600, 700 metres to that top mark. It's a singular top mark, and it's a very short leg, so the course has been shortened. Just picking out there the pairing of Bernas and Rambaud. Bernas a laser sailor, as Kathleen's pointing out, sailing with his coach Rambaud, who's a very experienced star sailor, and isn't that cool that a laser sailor can jump into a star and be second on the water in the semi-finals, and I think that is so cool that a top class sailor from a different class can come along and do so well. But yeah, the breeze is back up. It's a shortened course, and I have to say, it was very clearly announced as a shortened course to Staniek and Clean, and they've barreled off left, and I cannot understand. There's another boat gone off left as well. I cannot understand why those two boats have headed towards Grandson. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. Perhaps it does on Virtual Eye. Please let us know.
Well, Louis, Virtual Eye is giving Staniek and Clean 58 metres over Szabo and Ducamont, and we're beginning to see the bird's eye view from Virtual as they head up to that top mark. Hubert, that's a very different scenario. They've moved the top mark right into the middle of the lake and moved it over, so the wind must be shifting round. But perhaps you can explain to Louis what you think Robert Staniek and Fritz Jocklin are doing.
Well, in those conditions, in these conditions, it's very hard. I think you have to decide to go or to protect one side of the course. If you're trying to go through the middle, it can be very hard because the pressure mostly comes from the side. And as we saw in the first beat, Staniek Clean won a lot. They gained a lot from over the left side, and I think that's the reason why they now go again to the left side. You can be sure they are looking for the pressure, they are looking for the wind, and also for that reason that the last beat was better on the left side, they decided to go to the left side. Now, as you see, they made a small control tack. They saw boats are coming back to the left side. Now they tacked back to protect the left side, that Szabo or someone else is not passing them on this left side.
Well, it looks like Szabo is going to pass them on the left side, and boom, they have just taken the lead line over Staniek and Clean. So a tricky scenario at the front with Szabo now leading with Patrick Ducamont, the Duke, and Staniek coming back into the middle of the fleet to engage Bernaz and Rambo. And right over on the right-hand side, Ivan Gaspic and Josh Revkin now in 5th position. The Croatian Finn sailor there, helming with Josh Revkin, the young American, and there they go, coming into the middle of the lake. Ivan, we're almost on board with Ivan right now, and we can see him just looking through that window, trying to get a feel. He's ducking down. You can talk us through this a little bit. You've been there, Hubert, helming these boats, and what's Ivan doing right now? What's he got to do?
Yeah, he's going in the middle of the boat, so he wants to need some pressure in the boat to point better, I think. Now breeze is coming a little bit up, he's coming on the deck, now coming back, so that's really hard to steer for the star. It's much easier if the both are hiking and you have a lot of pressure. So
So he's moving around, he's shifting his body weight, he's moving the center of mass on these boats, and you can see the long chine along the waterline with these funky designs from over 100 years ago still going strong, and they were way ahead of their time, I think, when they came out over 100 years, the Star. But you can see a small jib, no spinnaker, vast mainsail, and that boom, and we are looking at Arnie Boltins and getting a look on board the American boat with Augie Diaz helming away, and there's Arnie just ducked under. He's got his body weight in the middle of the boat there, just calling the shots. He's talking to Augie behind him. Kathleen, you know these guys. They're a great team.
Yeah, they really enjoy sailing with one another. They're not always agreeing, but one of the things that Augie looks for in his crew is usually he's sailing with someone else who is also a skipper, because it's nice to have two people on the boat that have experience with tactics, looking for winds. Arnie hasn't been a skipper. He has done some fin sailing, but not a lot. But Augie really trusts him to give information. But when you're in a position like this where he is under the boom, it's really hard to see the winds. It's hard for the crew to see. But nonetheless, they still have to be the eyes for the skipper. He's definitely got his eyes on the compass, and they're looking for the next puff. Now, I'm surprised that they're continuing here on port tack, because from the tracking, it looked like their angle a little while ago was down relative to the rest of the fleet. And when we saw Gaspic and Revkin tack off, they tacked off a bad angle, and then it improved. But pretty much the whole fleet is on the same tack right now, which means that the wind has probably gone a little bit left, and we're going to hope once Diaz and Baltons get over to that right-hand corner that the wind might fluctuate back to the right-hand side. In that case, they have a chance of catching up. They have gained some distance on Gaspic and Revkin, but really they've got to get up to the position of Mendelblatt and Fatih, and that is a long distance at this point.
Well, we saw Grail and De Almeida kind of play this card on the first lap, and it didn't go too well for them.
And they're on the other side right now.
They are indeed. They've decided to play a different strategy for the second lap of the track. And if you've just joined us, we are in the semi-final of the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on the lake, the first ever Grand Slam on the lake, and we're in Grandson in Switzerland on Lake Neuchâtel. Very tricky light winds. In the studio we have Kathleen Tock and Dr. Hubert Merkelbach. Dr. Hubert just missed the cut for the quarterfinals, but he's vastly richer for the experience, coming 12th in the Star Sailors League, and great to have you with us, Hubert. And lake sailing is tricky. It's not the same as a consistent steady breeze. The breeze is coming all over the place. You can feel that Sharon Burke, the principal race officer, has had her work cut out today, even to get these races off. And I must say, I'm delighted that they are racing and getting this in the bag, even though the conditions are so difficult. I still think this is a true test of lake sailing, Hubert.
Absolutely, yeah. It's hard for all the experienced teams out there. I think everybody wish some more wind, but it is like it is, and can also happen in Miami or in Kiel or all over the world that you have a light wind race like this. Well, but we can be happy to sail this in the starboat because it has such a huge sail area. So even in those light wind, the boat is doing a good job and going, looking elegant, going fast downwind and upwind. So we can race.
Nice, excellent. So the what are you looking at?
Well, I'm just looking at the distance between the 4th and 5th place boat. The cutoff for the next round is 4th place, and we're talking only about 10 meters between these boats. So between Mendelblatt and Fatih, Americans against George Szabo and Ducamont, the Swiss, it's a really tight race, and I think that's where the excitement is going to be coming into this next mark and downwind, because there's not a lot of space between them, but there's definitely some prize money at stake here.
Okay, so every position now is critical on that prize money list. It gets spread incrementally down from the top through the top 20 in total. But obviously the winners of the day will take the lion's share of the 100,000 Swiss franc prize money, which is a pretty respectable amount of prize money.
Yeah, and I think most of these sailors aren't used to prize money. This is something new in our sport. We do have lots of professional sailing, but it's paid. The excellent skippers and crews are hired by other sailors to come onto their boats and be expert tacticians, expert skippers, but they're not actually usually paid to race their own boats. And so these sailors are really excited to actually come out and do their own sailing rather than being a crew of somebody else, and sailing a boat that's probably one of their favorites with their old teammates who they haven't probably sailed with in a little while. So the sailors are very excited about this, and they know that every position, every meter gained in the race means some extra prize money.
Well, a super shot there, Shane, as we look through Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fatih too. I think that's Rambo, isn't it? Through there, and the Croatians just tacking off behind on starboard, engaging with the world champions from Germany. And I think
that's our friends.
The
Americans.
Behind. So here we go. Look at this. It's quite hard with this lens because it compresses distance, and those guys just passing behind. Croatians just passing behind the world champs there, and Fritjof Kleen with the red hat in bow number 6, just looking around, eagle-eyed, seeing what is happening on the track. Virtual Eye gives us a perfect view from the studio, and there you can see almost nothing in it. Bernaz and Rambo coming into the frame, and the Germans just tacking onto the French right there. Very nice indeed. And Mendelblatt and Fatih on that ley line going into that top mark. Really look at that, 5 boats in contention here. Only 4 will go through to the final, and if the wind completely disappears, it will be this semi-final will dictate the overall results.
We've really seen the distance between the boats decrease on this last leg. They've shortened the course because I think they were concerned that the wind might not stay up. But the lead for the top boats has diminished, and the boats are, you can see that shot right there, the boats are so close, and our camera does show it maybe a little bit closer than it is, but in terms of the fleet shrinking a bit and getting closer together, it's really going to make it for a very exciting mark rounding.
Wow, nice work, Shane, operating the Fleur out on the lake. And we've just seen George Szabo squeeze in there into that little file. And how close is this? It's bow to bow, bow to stern, and these guys almost simultaneously rounding that top mark. Let's go out to Louis. You can see what's going on, Louis. It is almost a blanket wall of boats around that top mark right now. And here is where some opportunities will exist. Louis.
Yeah, when I take it all back, I was wondering what on earth was Staniek and Clean going off to the left there, and left definitely paid. I'm afraid Augie Diaz and Arnie Bolton's got it wrong just like me, and unfortunately over here on the right, it definitely didn't pay. But what a performance by Gaspich and Revkin there to hold off. The boys coming in from the left there, particularly Medenblatt and Fatty, they look like they've got some real dynamite boat speed upwind for sure. So what a cracking battle we've got. Only 4 go through, and you wouldn't like to say which one of those 5 up there at the moment that's going to be. I'm afraid Torben is still down the pan, and I'm just trying to check out. Yeah, Augie Diaz and Arnie Bolton's at the moment looking very precarious in 6th as well. So we'll see how it goes. Conditions-wise, obviously we've got a much shorter downwind leg. I have to say the boats are still going to the Grandson side. We haven't seen anybody jibe over. So it still looks like a bit of a one-sided fleet. What I can see is there's a bit of a breeze line. I'd say Gaspich and Revkin are just about to get into it now. There's a breeze line running down the side of the lake. That's presumably a bit of a convergence there with the wind off the land. So I think Gaspich and Revkin are looking pretty solid there. But out of those 4 behind them, I wouldn't even have half a beer on which one of those isn't going to go through, Diggers.
Oh, thanks, Louis. Well, it is tight, and we can see with our America's Cup camera just how close those boats are. And it was interesting to see George Szabo just slide into a great position there. He's a past world champ in this class and a class act, and he's beginning to perform when it counts. And right in the middle there, Mark Mendelblatt with Brian Fatih, bow number 1. In a great position, but really not a lot in this race as they go down the track to the bottom gate, and then there's a short hop to the finish line. We are in the final leg now of the semi-final, the Grand Slam on the lake. Very tricky conditions. Sharon Burke doing a great job getting the racing off today and into the semi-finals. But as Louis just mentioned, only the top 4 will go through to that final. And here we are seeing the battle. Ivan Gaspich, the Finn sailor, charging into the lead, managed to read that previous leg absolutely beautifully. And at the end of this race, we'll review leg number 2 or 3, Chris, and just have a little look in review. But we'll finish the live race first, and then we'll do a little review of the start and the race using Virtual Eye, and then we can sort of get into who did what. But Staniek and Clean picked the left-hand side going up the track, and that paid off for them. And now they are in 3rd position and duking it out with the Duke and George Szabo in 2nd. Neck and neck almost. Mendelblatt and Fatih just now into 4th and dropping to 5th because Bernaz and Rambo, Louis, have just managed to squeeze ahead and are up into 4th position. Back to Louis.
Yes, we're just repositioning here because Augie Diaz and Arnie Bolton's have gone for a flyer. They've gone over to the middle of the lake. to try and get past that leading pack. It looks pretty light, but the boats are still moving, but only just. Torben Grail right at the back there, he's also got a flyer over to this side, and what we've seen, over the last few days is that when the pressure goes light, it does tend to go over to the Grandson side. So they're hoping the pressure's going to build and it's going to come from the northeast. That's they've got to do something different, those two. I have to say that the 4 boats, though, over on the Grandson side are probably moving better than anybody else, and at the moment you'd probably put your money on them coming through. So I really would like to say something different, Diggers, but it's very, very slow out here. There's not a lot of pressure, to be honest. It's getting pretty glassy. Very good call by Sharon Burke to the race officer to shorten the course, or else we'd be abandoning this one right now, Diggers. But the boats are moving along at a very sedentary pace, and I would say that the 4 boats over on the Grandson side, they've got it at the moment, but we'll see. It could easily change.
Well, thanks, Louis, and we've put some live boat speeds on our virtual eye information board at the top left of the screen. They've been racing for nearly an hour, 51 minutes, and Gaspich and Revkin are doing 3.3. Bernaz and Rambo beginning to pick up speed, and if we look down we can see some interesting numbers now, which is VMG, velocity made good, or velocity down towards that bottom gate, and beginning to look rather tasty for Bernaz and Rambo. Not only are they going faster, they're making a better course to the bottom mark, to the next mark. So their VMGs are ramping up, and we're going to see Bernaz and Rambo any second now, I think, take the lead of this race, Kathleen.
Yeah, Diaz and Bolton's were the first boat to drive out of there. They didn't have a lot of options to get ahead of the pack, and shortly thereafter the French followed them. They also didn't have a whole lot of choices. They could have stayed in that pack of boats that they were with, and the problem is when you're around other boats and there's very little wind, everyone tries to suck the same wind together, and if you're able to separate and just kind of go on your own without the other boats around you, you tend to pick up speed. In this case, both the French and Diaz and Bolton's have gained on the rest of the fleet, having tacked away earlier. So they're going to hope that this will remain for a little bit more before they jibe back to meet the fleet again.
Well, okay, we are looking at real boat speeds with the pink arrow, and then the velocity made good, the VMG number on the yellow arrow, which the VMG is the speed down towards that bottom mark. And still Bernaz and Rambo in the middle of the lake, managing to make a little charge, but Gaspich and Revkin, I'm guessing, Hubert, Gaspich and Revkin have a better angle coming down into this mark. What can you say?
Yeah, the heat is on. It will be very, very close, as we see all, and as Kathleen said, Bernard and Augie, they didn't have another option. They were 5th and 6th and had to jibe away from the other guys, and the other pack was staying on the right side of the downwind course and trying to take the control. And if the wind is now starting from the other side, there can be some surprise. Let's see.
The heat is on. I like that. That's a good quote of the day, because it really is quite a tasty semi-final list. They're all creeping down to the bottom mark, and there's a lot of money at stake here in the rankings. And there's the live shot of our world champions Fritjof Kleen and Robert Staniek, bow number 6, and right behind them Brian Fatih with Mark Mendelblatt. And Jim Revkin, Gaspich is a brilliant tactician, OMG. Nice bit of Twitter feedback, thank you very much, Jim. And I'm going to do a quick shout out as well to Dominik Zicki's family. His dad Jan is watching in Poland, and so are his daughters Paula, Meyer and Mella. So a big wave out. But back to the action here and the excitement. The edge of the chair nerves as they go downwind on this final leg to the bottom mark of the semi-finals. And Mendelblatt there, bow number 1, with Brian Fatih in a little bit of trouble. It's not all going his way this race.
Yeah, you can see him starting to pump his mainsail a little bit more frequently. At this point, he knows he's very close to those boats. He doesn't have probably a good sense of how much Bernaz and Rambo have gained, but he knows he's in trouble. Probably Augie Diaz and Arnes Baltons aren't so much an issue at this point, but he can't control what the French do right now, so he can only, because they're too far away, and as we said, maneuvers are expensive, so he has to stay where he is for the moment and just go as fast as he can. And so he's doing this a little bit by pumping his mainsail within the rules, but nonetheless doing the best.
Mendelblatt and Fatih now to the right of picture, just squeezing up into 4th place, just as you were chatting, Kathleen. And there's the live shot. You can see the finish line with the orange flag in the distance just behind that little yacht. And round the leaders go. And there's George Szabo coming round in 2nd spot, I believe. And 3rd or 4th is that Mendelblatt. They've just climbed up into 4th and they've overtaken the world champs from Germany. And we'll go back to virtual for a quick second. There is the line. Gaspich and Revkin have got this one pretty much in the bag, followed by Szabo and Ducomont. Then Mendelblatt and Fatih. Astonishing little move there by the Americans to get up into 3rd and just overtake the German Staniak and Klein. And there they go. But Bernaz and Rambo rounding in 4th, 5th position, with Diaz and Boltins 6th. Grail, Diameda out the back door, I'm afraid, back of the bus for those guys. And I think pretty much that's going to be the order of the finish. Very hard now, Hubert, for any overtaking.
Yeah, as we see those 1 or 2 meters the American crew gained was enough to save them the inner position at the mark, and now they are on 3rd place. Otherwise the Germans would have been rounded first, so it's very, very close. And well, let's see whether we have a final race.
Well, fingers crossed. It is very light out there, but we are looking at Ivan Gaspich, the Croatian Finn sailor, with Josh Revkin from the USA. They came together for this championship, and here they are crossing the line first of the semi-final. An hour of racing on the SSL Lake Grand Slam here on Lake Neuchâtel.
Nice
Boom!
job.
That's
Wow.
the gun. Fantastic result for Ivan and Josh, and high fives and back slaps for the Croatian and American pair there. Well done. We'll stay with a live shot as we go back to the finish line. And 2nd through, Kathleen.
Okay, we've got the Americans Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fatih, who were the winners going into this race. And also, it's interesting to see them. This is probably not one of their best performances, but enough to get them into the final round, and that's what really counts. But also, behind Mendelblatt and Fatih going into this race were Torben Grail and Augie Diaz, the top 3 going into today, and only Mendelblatt and Fatih are going to make it into this final round. So that's a really interesting, a little turning of the tides, but an incredible performance by the young guys, the Croatians and Americans. Bernaz and Rambo, they were so close, sailed a really good race. We saw them up there. They had great speed. They made some very good tactical moves downwind, but just not enough to get them into that final group. And then we have Diaz and Baltins, great regatta for them. They were super consistent throughout the whole event, probably one of the most consistent boats. And then we have, unfortunately, Grail and Diamede, who have shown incredible speed throughout this event, being in the top, winning many races, but just getting a little bit unlucky in this race. And they went for the side of the race course. They had a plan, but it actually didn't pan out. The wind wasn't in their favor.
Well, there is the leaderboard. Gaspich and Revkin into the final, as are Szabo and Ducomont, Mendelblatt and Fatih, with the world champs Staniak and Klein. And just look at the time, the finish times, just 29 seconds between 1st and 4th, and then another 8-9 seconds between 4th and 5th, with Bernaz and Rambo just missing the cut. I thought, Hubert, that they were going to come good coming down into the middle of the lake. All of a sudden it looked like their VMGs were looking tasty, but really it was again the left-hand side, the Grand Son side, with a little bit more pressure, and that's where Gaspic and Revkin, Szabo and Ducomont, Mendelblatt and Fati, and the Germans played their game, and fair play to them. So Diaz and Boltins, unfortunately, out, as are Grail and De Almeida. So if we move back to our live shot just for a little moment, and we'll summarise this race, perhaps Virtual Eye, we could do a little run through of the race, and we'll spend a bit of time on the start, because it was quite interesting, wasn't it, Kathleen? We could see Grail and De Almeida having a bit of a nightmare actually in the second rank, but we'll fire that up in a second. And we're looking at Claude Bonani. Great. Oh, thanks, Claude. Thank you. That's very nice. President, isn't he, of the star class, or chief, or vice president, or senior
Claude
vice president?
Claude has been very involved. He's been in administration of the class for the last year. I'm not sure what his status is right now, but has been active in racing, and probably, I'm not sure, his wife is Argentinian. Maybe he's getting ready for the Worlds in Argentina this coming November.
Well, Claude Bonani, thank you very much. And we're looking at Torben Grail at the back. Consummate professional. Yeah, he doesn't look too thrilled, must admit, Hubert. You know, he's didn't have the greatest race. He'd had a fairly poor start. We're going to fire that up now. Chris, can you run us through the race? We'll go quite slow on the start. Let's have a little replay. Kathleen and Hubert. Shane and Louis out there on the boat, you can just relax a minute now. Shane, for a minute, we're doing a virtual replay of the start. So 50 seconds to go. Hubert, let's just talk Grail and De Almeida for a minute.
Yeah, it's as I said, maybe they were all very early to the line, and normally you should try to get a little more far behind, to that you have time enough to increase speed at the start, at the starting point, and maybe it was too early. I don't know whether he had
Staniak and Clean having to burn off some speed there behind the committee boat, and Torben Grail getting stuck out, and I think that's Diaz and Bolton just squeezing in and finding a little pocket, but Staniak and Clean in trouble actually.
Yeah, it looks like match racing, like the start of a match race. Normally, you say you should start racing 1 minute before the start with a starboard, which is much more heavier than a dinghy, to have the right speed in this condition. In more wind, you can start at the line, but here you have to build up speed half a minute or a minute ago.
And the guys on the left, Gaspic and Revkin, hit the pin. Absolutely dead on time. Our virtual times were slightly out, but no one was over the line. Gaspic and Revkin just nailed that pin end start, and they come zooming off up the left-hand side of the track, and that's them away.
Yeah, it was interesting there because it looked like Grail and De Almeida actually didn't want at first to be going the other way. They set themselves up, and then Stanjek went more to windward, and Diaz had to duck behind him, and I think that move actually put Grail and De Almeida in a really bad position. I don't know that they expected those boats to kind of stop there the way they did, and they were at that point in the second row start, and they couldn't stay there in the bad air, and tacked over and started at the boat end on port. So I'm not sure if that was the original plan, but it looked like originally they were set up to go with the rest of the fleet on starboard tack.
And Hubert, that was quite a short start line, wasn't it? There wasn't a lot of room there.
Yeah, but I think it was they did it to put the pressure on the boats. Okay, you want to see something. If you make the starting line too long, there will be no action. So here we had some action, as we saw.
Yeah, there actually is a formula for the length of the line in races. I believe in the star class, it is about it's maybe an extra meter or 2 meters more than the total length of the boat, so that they have some room to put their bow down and accelerate in the beginning.
1.5 boat length.
But very unusual to see just 7 boats on a start line. I don't think anyone else does that. And in our next race, we're going to see 4 boats on the track. So how that's going to be a tiny line. Anyway, we're on leg number 1. They're hammering up the track, and Grail and De Almeida in trouble and going far right, and I think it's pretty much game over for those guys right now.
Yeah. And as you can see, Staniak now changed here. You see now Staniak changed totally to the left side, and he's far behind now, and then he gets some good pressure from the left side and made it up to the first place at the windward mark.
Yeah, when there's so little pressure out there, any little advantage in pressure that you get means so much more than a race with a much more stable pressure.
So a lovely first leg by Staniek and Klein, the world champs, and they read that one perfectly, as did Gaspic and Revkin with their super pin-end start.
Yeah, and Bernays and Rambaud, they sailed consistently. Were in the top 3 throughout the whole first leg, and then also downwind. So to see them fall out at the end just on that last downwind, that was a little bit of surprise, because throughout the whole series from racing day 1, they have been so consistent that to see them actually fall behind the top of the pack in these last races, that may be due to Bernays not having the experience racing against these guys, even with his very experienced crew.
Well, here we see Staniek and Klein really taking a massive lead, actually, and they lost that lead by the end of the race, but right now they were 70 meters ahead of Gaspic and Revkin with a little bunch up in the middle there, and it looked to me like the guys in the middle, they've got to find a clean lane, stay out of traffic, and Diaz and Bolton did exactly that.
Yeah, we're seeing pretty large distances between the boats, 100 meters between each boat, and when they shortened the race course on this next windward leg, the whole fleet sort of compressed and changed the game, especially for Staniek and Klein.
Yeah, Staniek and Klein on the second upwind, they were first going to the left side again, but then starting to sail a little bit more conservative, trying to cover the boats who went to the right side, and then this was the chance for the other boats who went more to the left side and could pass them in the end.
Okay, well, we're going to just speed us up for leg 3 as they head upwind. We're reviewing the semi-final of the SSL Lake Grand Slam on Lake Neuchâtel. And look at that go. Mendelblatt and Fatih suddenly coming into the picture there, and the lead changing several times on this leg towards that top mark. And Szabo and Ducomont, around they go. Wow, Chris,
that's as fast as they've gone all day.
Yeah, you've cranked it up now. They are hammering downwind. So Szabo and Ducomont in a great position there. Gaspic and Revkin
they
really sailing brilliantly.
Last gate in 5th place, and then to arrive at the next windward mark, that was excellent sailing.
And again, Diaz and Bolton's cutting into the middle, just trying to get separation really from the rest of the fleet, but all the action was here. And then Rambaud and Bernays, I thought on this leg that they were starting to look really good. And we can speed up a little bit, Chris, as we review the semi-final of the Grand Slam on the Lake Neuchâtel, and it's all going on the left-hand side as we look. Bernays and Rambaud now suddenly getting left. Diaz and Bolton's in trouble. Grail and Dumeda out of the back door, and here it was down at that last gate rounding. Gaspic leading the charge with Szabo, then Mendelblatt and Fatih managed to squeeze in ahead of the Germans, Staniek and Klein, and Bernays and Rambaud. Really, it didn't pay in the middle. The speed, the pressure was on the Grandson side of the course, and there you see the results of Gaspic and Revkin going through to the final with Szabo and Ducomont, Mendelblatt, Fatih, and Staniek and Klein, and not making the final.
It is looking light out there right now.
Now we have we've got Michel just popping in with some news. What's the news, Michel?
Voilà, bonjour à chacun. Est-ce qu'on m'entend ici? Allez, bonjour à chacun. Je suis content que vous soyez ici tous devant ces grands écrans là sur le port de Grandson. Ça me fait vraiment très plaisir. Vous allez avoir une belle finale ici dans ce petit Biza très particulier du lac de Neuchâtel. J'aimerais juste vous inviter à la fin de cette finale de venir directement vers la grande salle. On va faire la remise des prix au vainqueur. Il va venir sur le podium. Et juste après cette finale, on aura le champagne et autres. Et je vous invite vraiment à venir célébrer le vainqueur de cette grande finale avec nous. Vous vous déplacerez depuis le grand écran sur du côté de Neuchâtel au bord du lac. Et venez célébrer les gars. On aura l'hymne national, on aura tout ici. Et je me réjouis de vous retrouver ici dans quelques minutes. Merci et à bientôt.
Well, that was certainly all good news. It sounds like we've got some champagne coming.
Okay, so folks, if you've just tuned in, we are looking at the committee boat out there with the orange flag. The two orange flags is the start line, and Sharon Burke, the principal race officer with the white hat on, I think, just looking around, trying to get the final off to a good start. We have 4 boats in the final, and we're going to do a little commentary swap now. Thank you very much, Dr. Hubert Merkelbach, for joining us and giving us the insight onto that semi-final. We're going to have a little change up now and invite Mark Struby, top crewman, to come in. With your helmsman, Pavlos Kontides. Pavlos, come on in, come and snuggle in. Thank you very much, Kathleen. We can go back to a live shot, I think, Andy. Gentlemen, good to see you. Have you been watching on the screen, on the big screen outside? Michelle was just telling the live audience what was going on with the prize giving and all that sort of thing, but have you been watching that last race? What have you seen?
Yeah, we were watching from the chairs that are set up in front of the big screen, and it's been great coverage. It's like Hal was saying, it's pretty slow out there. There's not a whole lot of, there's no hammering down this run. So, but it's close racing. There's lead changes, or there's a lot of 4th, 5th, 6th guys that are, anyone can take it, and it was pretty exciting. A lot of chairs filled in the area by the screen.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so it's all good.
Okay, well, the sun's coming out. I can see the flags flying, and Pavlos Kontides, laser sailor, I believe. Tell us, where are you? Are you Olympic campaigning? And tell us about that.
Yeah, we're getting ready for Rio de Janeiro now. It's just less than a year to go. So it's hot on the games and just focusing on that. We spent some time there during the test event and get familiar with the conditions. But I'm heading again there in December and in January to try and adapt technically and tactically to the conditions.
Okay, well, Pavlos, I mean, it's unusual for a laser sailor to come into the Star. What's the story? How did you get involved in this Grand Slam on the lake with Mark?
Yeah, I got an invitation from Michelle and I was really happy to attend. I just told them, okay, I don't have a crew, I don't know anybody. They said, don't worry, we will organize everything. So I came in, I just knew that I will be crewed by Mark Strub. Came in, I saw Mark, we met, and the first day he showed me the boat around with the ropes.
Showed you the ropes? Yeah, very good.
Then I just sailed 1 hour before, on Tuesday, before the race starts on Wednesday, and it was really nice. I really enjoyed it, and during the week was lovely racing. We had decent 7 races, and now I'm having fun watching the final.
Okay, well, you put some pretty good scores up. 16th overall, just missing the cut, really. And just to run you through your results, a 17th, 13th, 15th. Your discard was a 21st, and then a 20th, a 16th, and a 14th. That's pretty impressive, Pavlos and Mark. I mean, that's, for a first time in a Star, well done. Now, enough of that. We are looking at the start of the final of the SSL Grand Slam on the Lake Neuchâtel, and I can see the Star flag flying. Loué Habib is our commentator out on the TV on the TV boat there, and we are just about to see the 4-minute flag go. Boom, 4 minutes to go to the start of the final. Loué, over to you.
Yes, hi there, Digby. Yeah, the news is here that the course has been moved right to the centre of the lake, and it's short. It's probably, I don't know, less than a kilometre. So we're right in the middle of the lake now, and probably what Sharon Burke's thinking of there is she's taking the Grandson side out of the equation. You've got that convergence zone on that side, but by moving the course over to the middle of the lake, I doubt if it's going to be favoured on that side. So it'll be interesting to see where these 4 boats go. You'd have thought they'd all stay together and look at speed, but I've been wrong for the last quarter-final and semi-final, and they've split. So it'll be interesting to see, but it looks like a very, very square course. And, it's definitely showtime. We've got 4 boats here. and one of the crews is going to take home 20,000 Swiss francs. If you're not familiar with that currency, that's roughly 20,000 euros, $20,000. So it's there's a lot of money at stake here, but it's not just about that. It's also about the pride, and and Gaspich and Revkin coming in here, and in that last race they beat the world champions in the start. They beat Torben Grail in the start. They beat a lot of gold stars then, and Gaspich and Revkin have obviously got their mojo going, but we'll see how this pans out. But I've been wrong so far, but I reckon all 4 boats up the middle, Digby, but I might be totally wrong.
Okay, thanks, Louis. Thank you very much. Louis Habib, our commentator on the water, and we're back in the studio with Pavlos Contides and Mark Struby, who came 16th overall. Consolation prize for you guys to come and join us in our commentary position. 2 minutes to go to the start of the final, and gentlemen, I wonder if you could just tell us what's going on out here. Talk us through the start a little bit, Mark and Pavlos.
Yeah, we saw throughout the week that the grandson side was paying the left side of the course, but now that they moved the course more to the middle of the lake, it will be more even, I guess. And today we have some more clouds out there, and it gets more tricky with lighter patches of the wind. And with this boat, it's heavy boat, you need the breeze, you need more wind to keep it going, and it will be important on the start to have full speed on the gun. We saw it's huge gains if you can do that.
Good observation. Staniek and Clean just holding off on the starboard side of that start line. Gaspich and Revkin, and there's the traffic. Mark Struby, you've been in these starts a lot. These guys trying to keep their speed up, their momentum up, and avoid trouble. You don't want any incidents, but now we see the Germans beginning to bear off and pick up speed. That is the 1 minute gun. We're 3 seconds out on our virtual eye just for the satellite delay, and there's Staniek and Clean now onto starboard, and they're all beginning to line up. Louis, you can talk us through this start. You're the nearest eyes to these boats. We're 50 seconds to go. Louis, looking good for the Germans at the moment.
Yes, certainly at this end. Interesting, Gaspich and Revkin, they popped out in front over at the other end, but they were running out of room, and they've dropped back. Mendelbat and Fatih coming with pace from the back. But it's a blanket here.
Louis, sorry to interrupt. Louis, sorry to interrupt. Your microphone is nowhere near your mouth at the moment.
Okay, yeah, sorry, Diggers. A bit too
carry
excited.
On, mate, carry on.
Yeah, so Mendenblatt and Fatih, they're at the moment, they got master bow, but look at that, Staniek and Clean pouring the power on, and they are the windward boat as well, but they're running out of room. They put a bow down, but there wasn't much space to leeward there. Whoa, what a start. That is a blanket start. I think I'd say that Fatih and Mendenblatt got a great start there. They're all on starboard at the moment, but my word, there's no daylight between these 4. Absolutely not. I'd say Gaspich and Revkin are getting gas though, and they really need to hold that lane if they can, and they are powering through. Amazing to see that.
Now Mendelblatt and Fatih tacking behind, getting out of that dirty position. They are in trouble right now. The Germans tacking onto port on 6th, but I thought, to my eyes, I thought George Szabo and Patrick Ducamont had a fantastic start there, Mark Struby.
Yeah, I agree. George had an excellent start there. He had some speed, didn't sacrifice any speed going into the start. Stanjic and Clean had a great one. Mark unfortunately was a little bit blanketed there, had to tack away, and then Stanjic planted another one on him shortly after that tack. So Mark's got 2 downspeed tacks in a row, which is not good. Not good
at all. So we're seeing Mendelblatt and Fatih, who were the overall leaders going into the final day. They had a pass, they had a bye through the quarterfinals to the semis because they had that overall lead. That was there, but perhaps that was a disadvantage because they put in 2 or 3 extra tacks now, and that is seeing them out the back of the pack. The Germans, Staniek and Clean, the reigning world champs, nearest us with bow number 6, heading up the right hand side of the track. That could be risky, I don't know. Pavlos, you've been racing out here, you've been reading these winds. It always seems to have paid off on the left hand side, on the Grandson side, which is where the 3 boats are going now.
Yeah, indeed, the left side was strong all throughout the week, but sometimes the right was coming in the play when you had these clouds covering the grandson side and killing off the wind. And maybe the Germans, that's what they've seen, that more clouds today, and they are pushing from the right. They go for everything or nothing. They are building a big leverage. This can take them out of the race as it did to Grail before, or they can be leading by far. So we have to wait and see.
Well, we are waiting and we are seeing, and at the moment it's looking good for Robert Staniek and Fritjof Kleen on the right hand side as the sailors look up the track. If you've just joined us, we are in the final race of the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on the lake here in Grandson on Lake Neuchâtel, and the top mark is just 0.7 of a nautical mile from top to bottom. It's 1,300 meters and the wind direction is 75 degrees. Thank you, Kathleen, who passed that over, getting some info from our little group in the commentary booth here, the commentary studio. And there is Fritjof Kleen with the red hat there, the German world champ, just looking through, relaying information back to his helmsman, Robert Staniek. And a class act, these guys. They won the world championship on Lake Garda last year in that final dramatic downwind run to the line. There were 3 boats neck and neck in contention, and they managed to just do it. And here they are performing on the day in the final, and they're taking a right hand track up the course. They are taking the right, and all the other 3 boats are heading left. If we switch to virtual, we can see exactly how far right these guys have gone, and it's beginning to pay off for them, Pavlos.
Yeah, indeed, and in these light conditions you cannot tack too much and control the fleet through the middle, and we saw that the wind is coming from the sides. So once they chose to go on the right, they just had to keep up the speed, concentration, and wait for the shift and the gust, and then tack, and off you go. They cannot tack now, it's going through the middle. And
well, there's a huge separation now. It's got to be about 1 kilometre from left to right, Chris. You might be able to measure it for us from virtual eye. But 3 boats heading left, 1 boat heading right, and the distance between them is almost 800 metres, 1,000 metres a kilometre, of course. So massive separation on this final, and something we actually haven't seen before in the SSL final with 4 boats, and it's looking good for the world champs Staniek and Kleen right now with 800 meters to that top mark. And these guys will be doing 4 legs, 2 laps of course, up down, and then finish. Fairly straightforward windward leeward course, but a huge amount of tactics to play. And fairly soon, I'm pretty sure, we will see the German pair come back into the middle, but they are sticking to their right hand game. Perhaps they've seen, had some local knowledge, perhaps they've had some advice from local sailors here, but right now brilliant sailing by the Germans, and they're sticking to their guns. They're not tacking back yet, and I'd be a bit nervous if I were these guys. I might be coming back into the middle, Mark.
Well, I mean, once you get off to a side, you're kind of committed, and right now the wind seems to be shifting a little bit to the right, so their lead's getting a little bit bigger, and we'll see what happens when they get to the weather mark. But sometimes there's a little bit of a left shift that comes in late at the top, so we've got about 7 or 8 more minutes before they hit the top, and we'll see where they are.
Okay, over to Louis, our picture. We've got a beautiful picture of bow number 6, the German team, Fritjof and Robert, doing a great job, and the bow slicing, the sun's come out. Louis, we are almost on board with the Germans right now. Over to you, Louis.
Yeah, indeed, and there you can see Fritjof Kleen. He's having a look round at the moment, but most of the time, he's giving us a wave. Thank you, Fritjof. What a lovely chap. Also known as Frida, by the way, and loves his rapping, loves his basketball, and he looks pretty chilled out there, doesn't he?
He does indeed.
But I can assure you he's concentrating hard, and what he's looking at the contours in the water, and he's calling the puffs there to Robert, calling the breeze, and there's plenty to talk about because it's very interesting out here to see. There's definitely different patches on the water, and they're going through that, and slight adjustments on the tiller as they go through a good puff or they go through a lull. But wow, this is, I am going to use the phrase, it's shit or bust. I mean, quite frankly, we saw Grail go to the graveyard down here. We saw Augie Diaz perish down here as well. And it looks early on like they have got lifting pressure. But I think, as you said in the studio earlier, the top of the course doesn't look so good that you can get headed. So, and there they go. So I think they've played a smart game there. They've taken that early lifting pressure, but they're avoiding that header at the top of the course. So, well, they've tacked over now. It'll be interesting to see how far they go, because, yeah, 800 metres apart. It's going to be very interesting, but once they're back up to full pace, it'll be interesting to see what Virtual Eye says. But very nice of Mr. Clean to give us a wave there. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, nice one, Louis. Staniak and Clean pulling out 139 metres over second-placed Mendelblatt and Fatih. And there we see the bird's eye view, and the guys on the right doing 4.1, 4.2 knots, guys on the left under 4 knots. So beginning to pay very handsomely for Robert Staniak and Fritjof Clean. We are in the final of the SSL Grand Slam on the lake. We're looking at live speeds now of the 4 boats as they head towards the first top mark rounding. There's a lot of sailing left in this game. Anything could happen. The breeze is up and down and shifting left and right, but right now the Germans in good pressure on the right hand side of the track, and this could be champagne sailing for the Germans, Mark.
Yeah, I agree. If they can hold this, that'll be a pretty nice lead to go into for the first run. If you notice the distance between first and second, it's been coming down. It was about 150 when Robert tacked, and it stayed pretty consistent, but as they're going to the left, you're noticing it going down to 119 with the lead over Mark. Mark just tacked recently, and maybe he sees something off to the left. Maybe the left is coming in. So the lead's just going down a little bit more, so we'll see what happens in a minute here.
Well, we are looking at the live shot through the German boat to the other side, and we are looking from our TV boat's perspective, that long lens compressing the picture dramatically, and Staniak and Clean maintaining that lead out on the right hand side. So we're getting towards the business end of the first leg. 10 minutes, 10 minutes into this race, and there's good breeze, good pressure, not so light, and that's great news for the race officers here and the whole organisation of the SSL, who have put such effort into making this a fantastic championship, the first ever Grand Slam on the lake, and congratulations to all the guys at the SSL for laying on such an amazing championship. And Mark and Pavlos, I'm just so pleased that we're getting 3 races in today, actually coming to a good conclusion. And I would have to say, you know, the cream rises to the top at these kind of events, and right now the Germans are looking very sweet indeed.
Yeah, we are really lucky with the conditions this week, and we are fortunate enough also to have win today and have the final races. And this is all about to show to the people, the media, and Michel is doing a good job, and we all have to thank him, because he putting sailing into the next level, and we really have to appreciate. We have to remember that a few years ago sailing was in danger of going out of the games because not enough media coverage. But here you go, you have a guy from Switzerland, and he's giving it everything and bringing the media so close, and it feels as if you are on board while you are watching with these cameras and the trackers.
And of course, this is relevant to sailors in all fleet racing disciplines, all the dinghies, all the Olympic classes, purely because you know, the same kind of tactics will be in play. So you're a laser sailor, you'll be using the same kind of tactics and strategies out there on the water in your class, as will my lovely daughter Frances in her topper fleet, and all the rest of the snipe sailors and everyone. And here we're using the live America's Cup camera, the Fleur, operated by Shane, and Virtual Eye giving us the tactical overview of what's going on. So virtually, there we can see Robert Staniak and Fritjof Clean, and Mark, that lead is beginning to diminish.
Yeah, it seems like that left might be coming in a little bit here. It's going down to 48 meters here. Robert looks like on the virtual eye it's showing that he's above ley line, but obviously he's tracking a little bit inside, so he's going to have to tack again. 42 meters as they're approaching, it's getting pretty tight. Looks like George is a little bit deep back there. He had one tack earlier that the tacks really hurt in this kind of condition. You might lose 2 or 3 boat lengths per tack if it's that light.
Well, the live picture giving us that convergence, and that's a great shot, Shane, as the Germans, Staniek and Klein, come into contact with Mendelblatt and Fatih. The Germans have distance, they have the weather gauge, and they're on starboard, so they have rights of way, but they'll pass right ahead of the Americans, and I've no doubt they'll tack onto them.
Yeah, if they're not on ley line, they will tack on them. If they can make their mark, they will keep going, so just have to see.
We can just flick quickly back to virtual, and Pavlos, I don't think they are going to lay that top mark, virtually anyway. We can see that. Go back to the live shot, and let's see if they tack over. They're going to have to tack over fairly soon. Shane, if you just pull wider for us to the right, and we'll get a sense of where the top mark is, how far on camera. Shane, just pull wide so we can see the top mark coming in on the right hand side. And we're just coming a little bit wider. You can see the clouds building up over the lake. I think that's as wide as Shane can go. And there you see the whole story in one shot of the 4 finalists of the SSL Grand Slam on the lake. And we were wondering whether the Germans were going to make that ley line. I very much suspect that they're going to have to make a couple more tacks, Mark.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they're probably going to just wait a little bit. It's hard to call ley lines out here when it's this light and shifty, and so what they'll do is try to get as close as they can to the port tack ley line. So it's a much easier call when they do tack back to starboard.
Okay, so here we see Staniek and Klein tacking back onto the port tack ley line, as you just said. Frida staying to the leeward side to help fill that mainsail. And Robert bearing away. Oh, they're putting another quick hitch in. Oh, it's turning into a match race now. There's Mendelblatt and Fatih sliding ahead with momentum and speed, and Lee bowing the Germans. So we're almost a little mini America's Cup scenario here, folks. Watching in super light breeze, 4 of the best sailors in the world in their star in the final, having a mini match race, a mini America's Cup race around this top mark. It's getting pretty exciting, Louis, and it's looking good for Mendelblatt and Fatih. Germans to weather, but it's around that first mark, Louis. The Americans, Mendelblatt and Fatih, just coming into their own and match racing the Germans into second position. Masterful, Pavlos, masterful.
Yeah, great job from Mendelblatt and Fatih. They had the worst start of the 4 people. They did also a lot of tacks. They managed to keep the momentum, and they showed some really good speed throughout the week, and that's what they show now, and they're pretty fast, and I guess it would be hard to beat them.
Third and fourth, Ivan Gaspich with Josh Revkin, who have had 2 super races today in the quarterfinals and semis, deserving their spot in this final. In third position, still on the podium, and George Szabo and Patrick Ducamont in fourth at the moment. So a little match race going on at the front and a little match race going on at the back. And let's look at the 2, the Croatian and the USA boats as they come around the spreader mark. They're almost neck and neck. Ivan Gaspich and Josh Revkin just ahead of the Americans. And then downwind we see Mendelblatt and Fatih heading down, and as our camera takes those, the jury keeping a very close eye. Our on the water umpires, very close eye on what's going on here as Fritjof Frida climbs onto the bow of hull number 6, boat number 6, Robert Staniek helming. And there you can see virtually, really there's 80 meters between front to back, not much, still a lot to play for. 18 meters between Mendelblatt and Fatih and Staniek and Klein. And that was quite some sailing there coming up into the top mark by the Americans. And there's Mark Mendelblatt on the helm there. Mark Struby, you know Mark Mendelblatt very well. You know what a class act he is, particularly with his crewman Brian.
Oh yeah, I know Mark very, very well, as many people know. He is a great sailor, and just to go back to that maneuver that he did with Stanczyk, I was thinking that as Stanczyk crossed on starboard and Mark went behind him on port, they had a decent lead that he was going to do what's called a loose cover. In other words, he was going to not necessarily tack directly on him, but sort of herd him off to the right-hand side of the course so he could, sort of make Mark go at least to ley line or maybe possibly overstand and then come in with the lead. What happened is he kept going, and then when Mark came back at him, Mark gained a lot. And I think what happened is you saw Stanczyk kind of pull the tiller like he was going to duck Mark. I believe what happened was Mark started to hunt him. In other words, he was kind of coming down as well, which made Stanczyk, not be able to duck and have to tack, and that gave him a lot of speed. So that's what gave Mark the advantage coming into that weather mark. And
sorry to interrupt. We'll just stay with the live shot for a second, Andy, and let's replay Virtual Eye. On Virtual Eye, let's replay that little maneuver up there that you're talking about, and we'll get a closer. We can slow it down, and Chris can give us a nod when he's good to go. Good to go. So this is a replay of that little maneuver, and perhaps you can carry on talking, Mark, and talk us through it. You're talking about hunting, Mendelblatt hunting.
Yeah, so if we went back a little bit farther, when Stanczyk, I thought he would have tacked a little bit sooner to allow just a little bit of separation, but to be able to control Mark off to the right-hand side. So when they come together here, Stanczyk's not quite crossing. He's still got the lead by a few meters, but it's not quite across. Now Mark's going to start to kind of hunt him down a little bit here. See how he kind of comes down?
He has to duck.
And he basically,
right.
he's forcing Stanczyk now to play his hand and to attack there. So now Mark just gained control. Stanczyk had a little down speed, maneuver there by heading down, then having to come back up. And
so Mark had right of way there. He bore away, he ducked, and forced Staniak to tack outside.
Yeah, it's a great match racing move. You can dial someone down to 90 degrees to the wind, and Mark only had to come down a few degrees, but it was just enough indecision for Stanczyk to.
And look at those tracks. Look at the white track and the red track. You can see the extra distance that the German team had to sail. And that's a fantastic replay and a fantastic analysis because it's relevant in pretty much any boat, any kind of boat racing. And we just saw Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Farty show us a masterclass of tactical racing to gain the lead over the Germans, who, I have to say, Pavlos, looked like they had this whole race in the bag going up that beat. So fair play to the Americans. We'll go back to our live shot. That was a replay of that little maneuver. And here is our live shot looking at the first and second position boats. Mendelblatt and Fatih there on the left-hand side of our picture, pulling out a nice little lead over the reigning world champions, Fritjof and Frida and Robert Staniak. So that was pretty cool. That was interesting. It's nice to see some cool tactics going on. And Virtual Eye is giving us the bird's eye view over the back, and the races for third and fourth, that podium battle is beginning to heat up between Gaspich and Revkin and Szabo and Ducomont. And as we come in, I'm going to ask Shane to move back to the back markers, the two boats behind, the Croatian and the American sail numbers. And there's Josh Revkin on the bow, the American, with Ivan Gaspich, the Finn sailor from Croatia, come together for this championship. They've sailed impeccably so far, and right now they are on the podium position, but they are trying to fight off George Szabo there with Ducomont. We haven't heard from Louis for a little while. Louis, it's going on here between third and fourth. There's almost nothing in it. 1 meter. Virtual Eye is telling us. Over to you, Louis.
Yeah, hi there, Digby. I've got confirmation of the prize money for this SSL Lake Grand Slam. And $10,000 that move earned Mark Mendelblatt if he can stay up there. $25,000 for the top, $15,000 for second. So interestingly, looking at those two, we've got a situation now where Mendelblatt and Fatih are pulling away from the Germans of Staniak and Klein. And what we can see on the water here is they're in a real lull at the moment. They're in a really tricky spot. But looking up the track and towards the middle of the lake, it looks like there's more breeze. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them jibe over for that breeze. Looking behind it, it looks like there's breeze coming from behind. And the two boats behind them, Gaspich and Revkin and Zabo and Ducomont, they look like they've got a bit more pace on at the moment than the other ones. Hey, we haven't mentioned Ducomont. We've got a Swiss star sailor in the final here at the SSL Grand Slam, and I think that says something for Swiss sailing. There's only 8 million of them here. And to have Ducomont in the final, that's a big thumbs up for Swiss sailing. At the moment, Medlenblatt and Fatih have pulled away just a bit from Staniak and Clean. Staniak and Clean are closing that gap, as I say, and I think there's a bit of pressure coming from behind here, and we could see a concertina in this fleet. But I think there's a hole right underneath the castle in the wind, and we could see the boats jibing over to the middle of the lake. If that's the case, I think that the big gains will be made by the two back markers, and just as I say it, there goes the jibe from Gaspich and Revkin. And if I can't say right, I think there's a bit of tide as well going on here. They definitely did a bit of a slide sideways, but I would say this one is definitely not over. Back to you in the studio, Digby.
Totally agree, Louis. There we are looking at the battle for the podium between George Zabo with his Swiss crewman Patrick Ducomont. And as you say, that's a fantastic result to have a Swiss sailor in the final of the Grand Slam on Lake Neuchâtel in Switzerland. And there's the battle for third and fourth as Shane takes us to the battle for first and second. And right now it is the Americans, Mendelblatt and Fatih, who have the advantage over the Germans. Staniak and Clean, the reigning world champs, 32 meters. It's not a comfortable lead, is it, Mark?
No, it's never comfortable, and Stanjak's doing a great job of trying to blanket Mendelblatt and Fatih. He's staying right on top of him and hoping to sort of compress down on him. So he's trying to get between the wind and Mark's sails. And so far it seems to be it's working. He's closing gauge a little bit. But Mark's going to try to stay just air in front of him. In other words, the wind is going to come more in front of Stanjak's sails, so he'll have clean air. If he starts to go low and he might sacrifice some speed, Stanjak might come on top of him and compress even more.
Okay, so the second place boat, the Germans, trying to cover the first place boat, the Americans, and mess with their air, because the air is, if you're new to sailing, the air is coming from right to left of our picture. It's coming downwind, and if these guys can blanket some of the Americans' airflow, they can start to pull ahead. An interesting number, interesting stat in our box, top left, we can see some average speeds for this leg, and it's telling you that the two at the front are going faster than the two at the back. So there seems to be more pressure, Louis, over on the Grandson side than the middle of the lake, and we'll see how that plays out. We still have more than half the race to go. They are on the first downwind leg, and we're looking at Brian Fatih, the crewman, standing up in front of the mast in that very unusual star crew position. And Mark, you're an expert crew, one of the best star crews in the world, and we'll go back to our live shot if we may, Andy. Just tell us a little bit about what Brian is doing there.
Well, the Rule 42 is in effect right now, so there's no pumping or rocking. So Brian is just trying to keep the boat stable, staying on the low side. What happens if the boat gets too flat is just the weight of the boom will try to bring the mainsail more to the center of the boat. So he's just trying to keep the rig as far forward as he can. He's looking for pressure, telling Mark, here, I think I see a little pressure coming. It looks like a little bit of a header. Also giving him feedback on where Stanjak and Clean are to make sure that he keeps, clear air. One other thing, you mentioned the speeds that the boats were going, and they were at 3.7, and I think Ashbitch was 3.3. There's also a thing called VMG, or velocity made good. So I think what's happening with Mark and Stanjak is they might be trying to stay a little bit higher and go a little bit faster, but they're covering more distance. Whereas Gaspich and Revkin might be sailing a little bit a little bit lower. See, the VMGs are 2.9, 2.8 to each one of those boats, but Gaspich's speed seems to be a little bit slower on average. He's probably trying to sail a little bit lower than the other two.
Okay, well, let's have a look at those VMGs, the velocities made good, and it'll get a little bit clearer for us as we go in. But the pink arrow is the current boat speed, and that green arrow is the velocity made good. The velocity down towards the bottom, the next mark. So boat speed, Staniek and Clean picking up 3.4, 3.5, and they're beginning to gain, and I think they're beginning to come into the Americans. The lead now just 24 meters. So Mendelblatt and Fatih making a slightly worse VMG. The guys over on the right doing quite well, not too bad, but right now the battle is for the top spot of the final in the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on the lake. And those numbers are, I mean, it's pretty mad looking at them, I have to say, as they're changing live, but their boat speed is about 3.5 knots and their VMG a little bit slower, heading down towards that bottom gate. And if we could lose those VMG numbers, I reckon, Chris, and just get a feel, they've moved out to the right-hand side of the track as they look down, the left-hand side as we look up, and we can go back to our, not quite to our live shot, not yet, but Virtual Eye is giving us the story. Gaspich and Revkin rolling the dice a little bit, perhaps in the middle. Pavlos, is that what you would do if you were Gaspich and Revkin?
I think I will just stay closer with Jaibo and Ducomont because it's the battle for the podium. The top two guys open quite a distance. So if you want to get on the podium, then you just have to play with the other guy. He tried to open leverage and he thought that maybe he can have a chance to catch the top duo, but it seems that he is not paying, and as we've seen throughout the week, the Grandson side in downwind usually was more pressure, and that's what happened now, I guess, as well.
Okay, back to virtual for a second. So perhaps a mistake by Ivan Gaspich and Josh Revkin not sticking to George Szabo and Patrick Ducomont. And Pavlos is a top laser sailor, one of the best laser sailors in the entire world, medal potential for Rio, and that's his reading of that scenario there. But at the front of the pack, Mendelblatt and Fatih now just 13 meters ahead of the German pair Staniek and Clean, and pretty good sailing by the Germans there, covering the sails of the Americans, and they're beginning to chew into that lead a little bit, Mark, and we see the live shots of Mendelblatt and Fatih going around the bottom gate. Super light conditions. Let's join Louis for this bottom mark rounding. Over to you, Louis.
Yes, indeed, and as you say, Mendenblatt and Fatih getting round that leeward gate quicker. Interestingly, Staniek and Clean have gone for the gate mark towards the centre of the lake, and they have split tacks totally. So a difference of opinion there between the Americans and the Germans. Also interested to see Gaspich and Revkin. They've certainly got more breeze, and maybe that's what Staniek and Clean saw. There's definitely looks to be good pressure here in the middle of the lake, and as we saw on Virtual Eye, they made a massive gain early on in that. On the first upwind leg. So a very difference of opinion between Staniek and Clean and Mendenblatt and Fatih, and Staniek and Clean are literally in comparison going like a robber's dog here to Mendenblatt and Fatih. Mendenblatt and Fatih have tacked back over as well, so maybe he's thinking OMG, the right looks good. So be interested to see what we do here, but I reckon if Staniek and Clean tack right now, they'd be ahead of Mendenblatt and Fatih.
Well, Louis, we're looking at the bottom gate at the moment, and a simultaneous rounding of Szabo and Gaspich, and they're both neck and neck at the moment, Mark, in this contest for the podium, and so perhaps that paid off a little bit on the right hand for the Croatians. Gaspich with Revkin, the American, and Virtual Eye giving us Staniek and Clean with a 28-meter lead now over Mendelblatt and Fatih. So we've had a lead change. The The right-hand side going up is beginning to pay, and as you said, Louis, Mendelblatt and Fatih have seen that, and they've tacked over. Mark, you're in the studio, expert tactician yourself, one of the best star crews in the world right now, and that was a marvellous move by the Germans, who, I guess, as Louis said, probably saw a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, I agree. I think what happened there is Stanjic and Kleen felt that maybe there was a little bit more pressure on the right side. If they followed Mendelblatt and Fatih around the leeward mark, they would have to tack immediately, which is never very a good thing to do, especially in this light of condition. And actually, you know, if I was thinking earlier that maybe if you were Stanjic and Kleen, you'd want to kind of come back and try to cover, but Mark actually just tacked and sort of sent himself off to the right-hand side. So it's kind of two separate match races that are happening right now. We've got Mendelblatt, Fatih, and Kleen and Stanjic, and then we've got Szabo and Gaspic on the for the third and fourth place. So it's turning out to be like two separate match races going on here.
Exactly right. And Pavlos, interesting again to see that Gaspic and Revkin have not engaged George Szabo and Patrick Ducamont. They're not sticking with them. They're playing their own game, which is interesting because, as you said earlier, you would probably want to stay with them and fight them. Maybe they, they're still in this game. They're in the on the podium, the bronze medalist position. George Szabo now in fourth place, just off that podium. So two distinct races going on one track, and the Germans Stanjic and Kleen beginning to pull away from the Americans. Perhaps the Americans playing the middle and covering their options. They did extremely well at the top mark last time round, and it's kind of almost a replay of that first leg.
Yeah, it's just, it's kind of a wait and see now to see if the right pressure comes in or the left pressure comes in, but it's, it seems to be that Mark and Mendelblatt and Frijof and Stanjic are liking the right-hand side of the course right now. But like I said, that left, when I was with Pavlos, seemed like all week the left at the top, majority of the time, maybe 80% of the time, the left came in. So just having that left leverage is okay, but also, you want to have the right advantage coming into a mark, so you've got the starboard tack advantage.
So back to virtual for a second. It'll be interesting to see how far the Germans stick to that right-hand course and how soon they decide to tack, because surely they'd want to tack over and just cover.
Well, I think what they're doing right now is they're just looking at their numbers, what the course heading is. So I think we had a reading of 75 degrees at the start of the race. So in conditions like this, these boats tack through between 90 and 100 degrees. So if the true wind is 75, you add about 45 to 50 to that. So you're looking at about, I'll do your math right now. 75 plus 50 is 125. So you're probably sailing about 125 on port. And when you come back, you're going to be sailing about 25. So if they see 130 degrees, then they know that the wind went right 5 degrees, and they're going to want to come back at mark. But as long as it stays kind of the way it is, I don't think I'd want to do too much. I'd want to keep going to the right-hand side. You've got your lead. You can look over your shoulder and see him. If you see something, a little out of the ordinary, maybe Mark gets a little bit of a lift or something and starts pulling away from you, then maybe you'll want to come in because there might be some pressure over there. But for right now, I think if you're Robert, you just kind of get off to that side.
Okay, and we can cut to Shane's shot now. We're on you, Shane, looking at the star of the world champions boat, Stanjic and Kleen, heading up the right-hand side of the track. There is no talk on board of doing any sort of tacking at the moment. They seem perfectly happy in that little groove. Robert Stanjic looking behind him, and Louis, you're a few meters now off the German boat. How's it looking for them?
Yeah, I think also playing into their minds, just about 20 or 30 meters to leeward of them, it looks like less pressure. So they found a nice little lane there where they've got good pressure up on the right hand side, and it looks lighter to the left. And I think they're pulling ahead of Mendelblatt and Fatih. I don't think they're in the same pressure as Stanjic and Kleen. At the moment, the Germans are looking very tasty up here on the right hand side. And the Americans, I don't think so. There we go. Now Stanjic and Kleen have just tacked over, so we will see physically whether they cross Menenblatt and Fatih that were first at the leeward gate. So let's see how close the cross is. But the two boats behind the Croatian Gaspic with Revkin, they're sort of holding in there. I don't like the look of Zabo and Ducomon over on the other side. But I'll let you watch this cross and maybe talk about the meters that you can see on virtual eye.
Well, we can see on virtual and through our camera a very close cross. Mark, the Germans have right of way, but boom, the Americans coming in slightly, and Lee Bao tacking, it looked like to me, the Germans. So another match race.
Yeah, that was a clean confrontation there. It looked like they were pretty close to bow, so Robert's just trying to hold that starboard tack advantage, and Mark's just trying to bring the game back to the Germans. So as we continue up the course here, if you're Robert, you want to try to maintain that starboard tack advantage. If you have an opportunity to cross, I think you cross and you do like what I said, a loose cover, because if Mark gets off to your right hand side and you're still a little bit ahead, you can do what's called a lee bow tack. In other words, you're going to be a little bit in front of him, but also a little bit to the leeward side or a little bit below him, and that's a very good controlling position. If you point a little bit higher to the wind, you can start giving that person a little bit of bad air or gas, and it makes them go a little slower. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a few more tacks here. Coming into this, I don't think the Germans are going to want to go all the way to ley line because it's too far of a thing to call. So we'll see what happens.
And while these guys are engaging each other in this match race for the lead, the guys behind, like Zabo and Ducomont, can start to claw back some space because every tack you do, it slows you down. And so I wouldn't count George Zabo out of this game right now. He's the furthest over on the course up the left, and as you've told us, Mark and Pavlos, at this top mark, the left seems to pay quite well. There's a little extra bit of breeze up there. So George Zabo and Patrick Ducomont are still in the hunt, very much so, and they are ahead of Gaspic and Revkin, who stuck to the right. George Zabo, they've declared their strategy, they've played their game, and this could well pay off for them coming soon.
Don't be surprised to see George Jabo and Ducomont even coming first on this upwind mark as they build up the leverage, and if that left side pays strong as it used to be, and we have the top two guys having 1-2 more tacks and losing more meters, then it can be the case that the top three are right neck to neck on the weather mark.
Now Staniak and Klein tacking back to engage the Americans, Mendelblatt and Fatih. So another little match race going on there, and we can see the Lee Bao effect again, and Staniak and Klein managing to maintain that right-hand shift. But here we have the Croatians heading out towards the ley line on the right-hand side, and virtually we can see what that means. So the Germans and the Americans engaging each other in the middle, and perhaps this is going to open the door to the other pair here, Zabo and Ducomont, beginning to make a charge in from the left-hand side. And Gaspic and Revkin also in the game here as well. They are overstanding that mark, and they're going to tack over and perhaps claw back some meters into the top mark and the spreader mark. So if you've just joined us, a fascinating scenario coming into the final top mark rounding of the Star Sailors League Grand Slam, and really it's anybody's game right now, and we've just seen George Zabo and Patrick Ducomont, as you rightly predicted, Pavlos, gaining that lead, and they are back in the hunt, and they were last at one position. So this is an astonishing match, interesting game. The Germans and Americans have engaged each other and probably slowed each other down while they're focusing on that battle. They were miles ahead, and I'm not quite sure what we're seeing. Some weed clearances. Oh, yeah, he's got his stick out. What's going on, Mark?
Yeah, so it appears that they might have caught some weed or maybe some trash that was in the water or something, and that's the crew, Josh, coming over with what's called a weed stick, and he's trying to clear it off the rudder, and it looks like he's having a difficult time. On the rudder, there's a little bit of a gap between what's called the skeg, which is a part that comes down right before the rudder. And if something gets caught in there, it's very, very hard to get off. And obviously he's struggling with it, but he feels that it's worth it to try to get it. Sometimes if it's small enough and you can't get it, you just leave it alone and you go. Because right now he's losing a lot of meters trying to get that off. He's struggling.
Well, that's not a great time to have that happen to you, to pick up some weed or whatever, because now they've just climbed into the lead position and they've got some good average speeds there. Szabo and Ducomont going up the Grand Son side, the left-hand side of the track as the boats go upwind. And Gaspich and Revkin at the back getting a little exhaust from everyone else, and it's going to be very hard for those guys to climb from that position. And now the Germans behind the Americans, and it looks like Mendelblatt and Fatih are winning that little match race in the middle of the lake. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I think Mark got a little bit of leverage on the left, and obviously George was the most leverage and gained the most on that one. But now Mark is trying to tack on Friedhoff and Robert, and now they're tacking. I was wondering why they were waiting so long to tack, because it seemed like they were just about directly upwind. What Mark may do now is shortly tack over to kind of protect his lead. He'll give him a little bit of a loose cover to stay.
Mark Mendelblatt now has to contend with George Szabo and Ducomont. So it's a three-way fight now.
Yeah, true. He might just want to get more left than George. If I was George, I'd probably tack on him one time to get more left, and then come in from the port tech side. So watch for George to do a tack here in a second, which will force Mark back over, and then Mark's. It's just kind of the domino effect. If one person tacks on someone, then the next person's got to tack on the next person. It just kind of everything rolls downhill. So there goes George tacking on Mark. Here comes Mark back. Mark's going to eventually tack on Stanczyk, and it's going to go right down the line.
As you say, well, the poor Germans, Stanczyk and Klein, coming from a great first position with several meters lead, now in third position. So Lue, a bit of snakes and ladders, a bit of America's Cup match racing going on, and a bit of crafty tactics by George Szabo coming around up the left-hand side and gaining the lead. Let's join Lue Habib for the top mark rounding. Over to you.
Yeah, well, there you have it, Diggers. I think the stat, 3 legs and 3 leading boats. The lead is swapping around. You had to feel for Gaspich and Revkin there, getting something caught on their rudder, which really cost them big time. Otherwise, they'd be in it as well. But bit of local knowledge. Ducomont taking the boat with Szabo over to the Grand Son side. And it looks like it's paid off massively. If you remember, they were pretty much down the pan at the bottom mark, but they called it absolutely right. They've gone from third to first, $25,000 if they can hold on to that. It's going to be interesting. Another point just to make out is they have now moved the leeward gate right over to the Grand Son side, and I think the finish is right outside the yacht club now. So it'll be a grandstand finish. We're assuming this is going to be the last downwind leg and then that short beat to finish. But at the moment, it's George Szabo, Gold Star, with Patrick Ducomont leading the SSL Lake Grand Slam. The wind looks like it's established itself a little bit better than the last downwind leg, so I think this could be a little bit quicker, but it's still pretty light out here. So it'll be interesting to see how this one pans out, but I think that Szabo and Ducomont have got just enough extension to not be in the wind shadow. We'll see how that pops out, and I wouldn't mind betting Gaspich and Revkin come over this side. They've got to do something different to get back in the pack, but at the moment it's Szabo and Ducomont leading the SSL Lake Grand Slam final.
Thanks, Lue. Well, we have one more leg and then a little dog leg to finish. But I'm not going to call this right now, Mark Struby, because anything could happen on this final leg of the SSL Grand Slam of the lake on Neuchâtel here in Switzerland. And it's slow but dynamic. We've had several lead changes with just the 4 boats, 3 leaders, and an astonishing charge by Szabo and Ducomont up that third upwind leg. So incredible stuff now. The world champs into third position. Gaspic and Revkin, a lot to do, and probably I think that's where they're going to remain unless they pull out some kind of incredible tactic and get their own little puff of breeze. But right now we're in a three-way battle for the podium positions, and as Louis mentioned earlier on, quite a bit of prize money, US dollar prize money at stake. 100,000 US dollars or Swiss, I think it's Swiss francs. They're fairly similar in exchange rate, I believe. So we can take dollars or Swiss francs, Louis, that's fine. But 14 meters between the leaders now and Mendelblatt and Fatih. So we have an American and Swiss crew there, hull number 9, leading the charge downwind, and they are being hunted by Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fatih. We have the top laser sailor, Pavlos Contides, here, who's just turned up, and he's a fantastic fleet racer. Pavlos, what are you seeing?
Yeah, the battle is really near, and Mendelblatt and Fatih from behind, it's easier to gain the meters. To be interesting to see what tactics they will play between them as the ley lines will come into play, and starboard port advantage as well, as these boats, especially when it's light, they go closer angles to the wind. They cannot go dead downwind as they will be really slow. And it's interesting to see now that the German duo it's doing something different, gaining leverage, and they might catch a puff, and once the two are in battle, then don't be surprised to see again two of them gaining the lead.
Wow. Good battles going on the water, and some differing strategies and tactics going on. But right now, George Szabo and Patrick Ducomont are ruling the SSS final, Grand Slam on the lake. And perhaps that, as Louis mentioned earlier, has a great deal to do with Patrick Ducomont, the Duke, and his lake sailing experience, a Swiss sailor on the leading boat right now. But he has been threatened by the SSL champions from Nassau, Mendelblatt and Fatih, and the world champions champing at the bit, Stanjek and Clean. So there's George Szabo, just very calmly taking it easy. He's a former world champion in the Star class act with Patrick Ducomont on the bow. And why is he so far forward, Mark, on the bow? Why are they sort of almost on the nose?
You want to try to get as much weight forward as possible. One thing to keep the transom or the back of the boat up out of the water, and it also helps get keep the rig forward, the boom out of the water. George looks like he's really calm right now. He's just kind of hanging out, looking around, just sort of chilling, but he's nervous. I've sailed with George quite a bit, and right now he's looking all cool and everything, but inside he's like, oh boy, 25,000.
All right, good insight there. And here is Stanjek and Clean beginning to attack the outside markers. So it's all to play for on this downwind leg. Just 15 meters lead by Szabo and Ducomont, and now Stanjek and Clean up into second position. Mendelblatt and Fatih down into third. Gaspic and Revkin, of course, are making a little charge at the back, and I wouldn't be surprised if they throw the dice and come out into the middle of the lake just to see what happens, but we'll see that. But it's exciting, tense, and nervous at the same time at the front, and I'd imagine the heartbeat of George Szabo is topping out.
Yeah, and it looks like Mark Mendelblatt jibed just a second ago, and George is now just giving a little bit of room, and he's going to come right back towards him to kind of cover him downwind. It's a standard move. You just want to make sure you're covering your competition. Don't let them get off to one side. With this, as far as Gaspic, sorry, he pretty much has nothing to lose, so he's just got to go to that side. But this is interesting. Stanjek and Clean are kind of closing the gauge, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them jibe here shortly to try to get on top of at least Mendelblatt to maybe, unless they feel that that other side is going to come in, then they might want to go all the way, but then they'd have to probably go all the way to the ley line. It's either, kind of all or nothing sort of thing. So it sort of appears that they're going to cross.
Stanjek and Clean on the German boat making a charge across, and there is looks like a lead change. Oh, it's so close, really. That is the podium we are looking at, and Mendelblatt and Fatih controlling the Germans behind them on bow number 6. And it's slow but tense. And Shane, I wonder if you could just pull wider to the left, and we'll see all 3 boats for this podium battle of the Star Sailors League. And quite a big amount of space there. So George Szabo just getting into his own little bit of air, and that could well pay off, Pavlos.
Yeah, obviously he's keeping calm and not moving much in the boat, keeping the pressure in the sail, and he's doing a fantastic job at the moment. He's also the inside boat, so even if Medemblatt and Fatigue gain 1 or 2 boat lengths, they will still have the room advantage coming to the downwind mark, which is really crucial, and they doesn't seem that they will lose at the moment.
Okay, Pavlos just putting his money on George Szabo there, and Patrick Ducamont with his expert analysis. Here we are looking at the second place boat, the Americans, Mendelblatt and Fatih, just leading the Germans, Staniek and Klein, for the big difference in prize money. And Loué out on the water, you're watching this battle unfurl. What can you tell us?
Well, what I can tell you is we're currently having to reverse literally right to the middle of the lake. I hope the jury boat can see us reversing. Yeah, he's had a look now. We didn't want to run him over. That wouldn't have been good. But and that's because we've got Gaspic and Revkin fully throwing the dice, trying to get a something out here. But looks like there is breeze coming from behind, and I think that's why Staniek and Klein have definitely got the mojo going. And I'm looking at them, and I reckon they've just gone past Metalbat and Flat Fatih, $5,000 past. That's the difference between second and third. But Szabo and Ducamont, they are definitely getting away here. But the breeze has picked up a little bit, and that's speeding the boats up. But at the moment, Szabo and Ducamont, I wouldn't say the fat lady's warming up, but I think the fat lady's definitely on Lake Grandson for the American Swiss team at the moment.
She's warbling away, Loué, and clearing her throat, because we are approaching the last mark of the Star Sailors League Grand Slam final on the lake. And there we are looking at Patrick Ducamont on the bow, hugging the bow, getting as much far forward as he possibly can, keeping it cool with George Szabo, his colleague and crewmate, helming, keeping a cool head. They're in their own patch of breeze, and they're romping down the track towards the last gate, and then that little dogleg to the finish. And here Virtual Eye can give us some numbers and maths. Not far to go. They are under 400 meters, approaching 350 meters to that final gate, and I suspect the order that they cross that final gate, they go through that final gate, will be the finish order. And we can see some local spectators and press taking pictures, and George keeping cool out there. They've pulled out a 68-meter lead over Staniek and Klein, who are now up into second position. So the battle is on really for second and third. We're seeing the podium switch around, big switcheroo, but these guys have played their own game. They didn't engage Ivan Gaspic. Ivan Gaspic didn't engage them, and they had a clear run up the beat on the left-hand side and managed to pip our America's Cup match racers, having their own battle, Staniek and Klein with Mendelblatt and Fatih, and that has cost them a round of drinks or two at the bar, I would say. And fair play for Ivan Gaspic and Josh Revkin. They have sailed immaculately throughout this regatta, and a fourth position at the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on Lake Neuchâtel is a very respectable result. But of course, fourth, Mark, just off the podium is always a bit tough, huh?
It's always a little tough, but I got to give him credit. They won the first 2 races today. He's been sailing just phenomenal all week. A few mistakes here and there, but otherwise the team has just been just exceptional. Just a quick note: after the race is over, there's going to be the prize giving, which will be on the north side of where the TV screen is, close to the restaurant, where the Lamborghini's sitting.
The Lambos.
I don't know how to describe it any better, but where you're sitting and watching the TV screen, just walk along the lake north, and you'll see it.
Thank you. Spot on, absolutely. And that's for our viewers watching on the big screens live here in Grandson on Lake Neuchâtel. The sun has come out. The champagne has been bounced around, and we're going to have a champagne finish for Szabo and Ducomont. And second position at the moment is all to play for. The Germans now jibing across and beginning to engage Mendelblatt and Fatih. And so, Louis, really the race is on for second. I think Szabo and Ducomont have got this one in the bag. It is all on for second position. And right now, the Germans are taking it to Mendelblatt and Fatih. And look at that angle, Mark Struby. Oh, my goodness. Here we are. Here's the cross.
Yeah, it looks like the Germans just got him by maybe 2 or 3 boat lengths. They just want to maintain that inside overlap at the mark. It's a very strong position. So, it's all coming down to this mark rounding. If Mark can kind of close the gauge here and give him a little bit of bad air, it might be, which is what he's doing. He's almost pointing a little bit below the mark to try to get a little bit on his air. But the Germans are in a pretty strong position right now.
We're staying with the live shot. We're staying with Shane's shot as we look down the track towards the bottom gate, the last gate rounding, and this battle for the second position on the podium. As Louis says, there's 5,000 US dollars, Swiss francs at stake here as they approach the jibe, and the Germans, the reigning world champs, just about to go around that mark. Oh, simultaneous jibe, and Mendelblatt and Fatih are champing at the bit. They are right on their heels, and look at them take that inside track. So maximum concentration on board Staniek and Kleen's boat. Mendelblatt and Fatih will have to pull out a little bit of a miracle. We can see on Virtual Eye just how close this is. As we pull out virtually, we will start to see the finish. And Shane, we're on Virtual Eye. You can spin to Szabo and Ducomont just for a sec, because we will get that, and we'll stay virtually with Staniek and Kleen and Mendelblatt and Fatih. But I think that is pretty much it. Unless some kind of miracle lands down for Mendelblatt and Fatih, I think that's going to be the order of this. And so back to our live shot, if we may. There's George Szabo with the number 5 helming away.
Patrick can't believe it.
Patrick is, look at that. That's wonderful, isn't it?
That's great.
They are just about to cross the finish line to win the SSL Lake Grand Slam, the first ever Grand Slam on the lake, with Swiss sailor Patrick Ducomont, the Duke, with the American former world champ George Szabo. There's the gun, there are the hugs. What an amazing victory for the American-Swiss pair, and boy oh boy are they happy to win this championship. And a fair play to them. They came from nowhere in this race. They came from 3rd, 4th position and climbed around the edge to craftily take the win. And here is our champagne moment. Who is Michel Thévenot handing over the champagne. A Briest, it's called. Wonderful sponsors, and well-deserved champagne moment for George Szabo and Patrick Ducomont. Back to virtual, and we're just seeing Staniek and Kleen virtually take that second podium position. They had the lead for so far in this race, and they just cross ahead of Mendelblatt and Fatih. Could have been anybody's, that final. What a finish. But what a great move by George Szabo and Patrick Ducomont. Swiss sailor Patrick winning the Star Sailors League Grand Slam on the lake, and he is pretty chuffed with that, and so he should be. Congratulations to George and Patrick. We will have our prize winning ceremony in just a few minutes as they come in, but well done George Szabo and Patrick Ducomont. And they are flying the flags, and our first ever Grand Slam on the lake winners. And I think that might be Stars and Stripes. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Or both, I'm not sure. Oh, how nice is that, Mark? We're seeing the Swiss flag and the famous Stars and Stripes flying together from this combination. George and Patrick. Well done, Louis. Good atmosphere out there on the water.
Oh, you bet, Diggers. There's a lot of very excited people here. They're going to be yodeling in the Cercle de Grandson tonight, I can tell you. That's where Patrick Ducamont is from. That's his club. This is his town. And he should be absolutely so proud of achieving that, because he was a massive part of that. George Szabo, world champion in the Star. But that play over to Grandson, over to the Cercle de Grandson, was what won this SSL Grand Slam for the American-Swiss duo. And there's going to be one hell of a party. I'd say put some paracetamol in the fridge, Digby. I think there's going to be some celebrations tonight. But what a scene, and what a great thing for Swiss yachting to see the Swiss flag. Big sail, big held up. I think George has got hold of it. We got the stars and stripes as well. There you go. But yeah, fantastic atmosphere here. Just let's not just forget Gaspich and Revkin. They're just going through the line now. And I tell you what, if you told them you'll make the final, they would have said you'd have to pinch me, because that's a hell of an achievement by a Finn sailor to come into this final. But you can hear the hooters, the flags are out, we're coming into the yacht club, and I wouldn't switch off just yet. I think we're going to have some fantastic scenes at the Cercle du Grandson, which will go long into the night, Digby.
Well, we'll stay with our live shots and virtual. We'll just jump to virtual just for a second, and there is the order. Shane, you can pull out and develop your shot a little bit and show us a bit more of what's going on. But George Szabo and Patrick Ducamont are the champions on the lake for the SSL Lake Grand Slam. Robert Staniek and Fritjof Kleen Frieda, second overall, second in this championship, and Mendelblatt and Fatih, Mark Mendelblatt with Brian Fatih in third. And that last race was quite a thriller, because even though it was light wind, the lead changed at least 3 times between 3 different crews. And Pavlos, you've been watching that. What are your impressions watching this?
Yeah, obviously it was huge advantages and disadvantages and gains because of the pressure going left and right and going up and down. And we saw much light breeze with this boat. Once you have the momentum, it's heavy boat, it keeps going, and you track faster and higher and better VMG. And we commented before at the second upwind that when the Mark Mendelblatt and Fatih against the Germans, they were having the match racing, that don't erase these guys out. And they had just sailing fast to the left, they catch a good shift and pressure, and they came up in front. And hats off to them, they had a great last downwind leg. They had Mendelblatt and Fatih just behind them, but they keep cool, and they read the wind shifts and the wind pressure perfectly, and they just extended that lead. And I just want to comment also a move at the end of the downwind by the Germans. At one moment they had like a 40 meters lead from Mendelblatt and Fatih, and they sacrificed that lead to have 2 jibes and just go on the inside lane and be sure that they will have room on that downwind mark, because as we've seen, who rounds in front to that final short leg to the finish will be in front. You just need a miracle to pass.
Thanks, Pavlos. Well, the boats are beginning to de-rig and come into the harbour. We're going to switch to virtual and have just a very quick replay of the start and see how that went. And we'll probably take the boats all the way around the track and just get a sense of how that final panned out. But Virtual Eye is just showing us a replay of that final race. 4 boats on the line, and they're trying to hit that line with maximum speed, judging their time on distance. It looked to me like the German boats had to stall a little bit and got a little bit early, but we can speed that up a tiny bit, Chris. Away they go into it, coming across. Clear line, and a super start by George Szabo and Patrick Ducamont. So there they go. Mendelblatt and Fatih got stuffed out the back, had to tack, put 2 tacks in. Staniak and Clean committing to the right-hand side, and that really paid off for them. And we can speed up upwind, Chris. We can just kind of zoom them up a little bit. Massive split in the fleet. The Germans looking stellar, and I have to say, I thought, oh, they've got it in the bag here. This is game over. But no, they're coming back into it, and the Americans engaging them.
Here was
underneath,
a crucial moment that Mark talked before, that if the Germans tacked and have a loose cover, they will force Medembla Fatigue to the right ley line, and they will keep in front of them. But then Medembla Fatigue did a great move to round that weather mark first.
Yeah, that was wonderful to see. Classic match racing move from Mendelblatt and Fatih, and taking the lead now around the top mark. Mendelblatt and Fatih now in a controlling position. Staniak and Clean with work to do. Gaspic and Revkin in third, and Szabo and Ducomont last, bringing up the rear. So not having a great day so far. George Szabo and Patrick Ducomont battling away in their own little match race with Ivan Gaspic and Josh Revkin. So almost 2 battles going on now for first and second and third and fourth as we come down to that bottom gate. That is 1 lap of 2 completed, and boom, they separate. Staniak and Clean going for the right hand side again. Mendelblatt and Fatih playing the middle. George Szabo, Patrick Ducomont hammering across to the left hand side, and again you see the Americans, Mendelblatt and Fatih, and Staniak and Clean engaging and match racing, and then George Szabo and Patrick coming across to take the lead. So that was their winning move, that upwind leg for leg number 3. Szabo and Ducomont heading out towards the Grandson side of the course. Staniak, Clean, Mendelblatt and Fatih now engaging in a little battle for podium positions. Final gate as they come down. Szabo and Ducomont.
And here is the sacrifice I was talking about, that the Germans just had, they went on starboard hard and then had another jibe to just be sure that they're in their boat.
That was quite well sailed by the Germans on that last downwind leg, and there the top 3 through the line. Mendelblatt and Fatih third, Gaspic, Revkin in fourth. Okay, thank you, Chris. Back to our live shot. Boats coming into the harbour, and I think we shall wrap it up here. Just before we have our final thoughts in the studio, Louis, you're still on board, I hope, and still with us. Any final thoughts, Louis?
Yeah, I just say there's a huge crowd down at the Cercle de Grandson Yacht Club, and they've just applauded Revkin and Gaspic in, and they really did appreciate that. And there's just a lovely feel around the club, and I think part of that obviously is Patrick Ducomont, the local hero, winning. But we've just had a fantastic time down here. It's just been so friendly. You know, this is the part of Switzerland that you don't come skiing in, or you don't come here for walking in the hills. It's real Switzerland, and it's been an absolute privilege to experience that and meet some lovely warm people. Chris today driving the boat, he's been great, and yeah, we just had a marvellous time here, Digby. I think that's my final thought.
Well, as you park up, we can see the roads, and we can see the lovely applause for our winners on the lake. And back in our studio, just to finish off, some final thoughts, perhaps from Mark Struby. You've been battling away, worthy winners out there. Quite an interesting tactical battle. There were quite a few little scenarios there. And any final thoughts from you, Mark?
My final thought is I think Patrick's going to be able to afford a new pair of glasses that he lost when they passed the flags over. Now, when they came down in that final, the last run going up the beat, I thought it was going to be a match race between the top 2 and 3 and 4, and it just turned out that George got enough left-hand leverage and got that little left shift to come in and just went away with it. And I've sailed with George quite a bit. In downwind and light air, he's very fast. He doesn't make many mistakes. He stays pretty cool. I was kind of giving him a little bit of something or other, but he's very calm downwind and just did an excellent job and stayed in front. And now he's got the big prize and drinking some Obrist.
Fantastic. And Pavlos, final thoughts for you. First time in a Star, first Star Championship, first time with the Star Sailors League, famous laser sailor and Olympic prospect for Rio. Sum it up for us.
It was a great experience for me, and I loved it, and I'm sure I will be coming back in the Star again, because it's a really nice boat and it's really fun to sail against all the top sailors in so wide range of ages. And regarding the race, I think that Zeibo and Ducomont, they just kept cool and avoid to have a lot of maneuvers, which is disastrous in so light wind with such heavy keelboat. And if you can see on the fast forward, we saw on that second upwind, every time the Americans and the Germans got in the tacking duel, they were losing 15 to 20 meters, and I think that was the key of the race. If they were not getting in this duel, then probably they will still be in front of him.
Well, good analysis, I would say. Well, we're going to wrap it up. The next Star Sailors League Championship will be at the beginning of December in the Bahamas in Nassau. And that really is the Grand Slam at sea. And the conditions there very, very different from the Grand Slam on the lake. We've traditionally had, last 2 Decembers, we've had fantastic breeze, strong winds. There'll be 20 boats in total. The 12 top star-ranked crews will get an automatic invite, and then 8 VIPs like yourself, Pavlos, perhaps will be out there in the Bahamas. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. That will be good. And we've got a little promo here, 1 minute, just to get our juices going for the Bahamas. Andy, let's roll that one.
The next event is the Star Sailors League finals, which are held in Nassau, Bahamas, December 3rd through the 6th.
Finals already did 2 times, and are very exciting championships. 20 boats, strong wind, beautiful venue, good waves. We won the first year.
It's a fantastic event. I always say that when God decides to go sailing, he does it outside Montague Bay there in the Bahamas.
20 teams, 10 from the ranking and 10 wildcards. So to bring the maximum and high level of racing we can find in these really windy and warm conditions here during December. It will be a very nice event.
Right, that is it from us from Lake Neuchâtel. We are going to bail out of our studio and go down to the podium and see how that goes. It's going to be lots of champagne flying. Congratulations to our winners, George Zeibo and Patrick Ducomont. But for now, thank you very much, Mark Struby. Thanks, Mark. Pavlos Contides,
thank you very much
for coming in and commentating. Just out of shot, I'm going to thank Andy, our vision mixer, and Chris and James. A little thumbs up from Andy from Virtual Eye. And we had Lue out on the boat, and Jenny running around, and Kathleen running around as well and in commentary. And who have I forgotten? Shane on our Fleur. Thank you very much, everybody. And thanks to the SSL. We hope you tune back in, watch some replays, and tune back in December for the Grand Slam at sea in the Bahamas in Nassau. That one looks tasty. So cheerio from me, diggers. Adios.